All right, hello, 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 hello. So first thing we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and look at the update from yesterday, or the announcement from yesterday. So new DLC announcement and dev stream will be on Friday, the 24th of August at 1600 Zulu. So you can set a reminder. I think this was screwed up yesterday. It set it for a week long. So that's a cool picture by Igor73. So, Dear Stormworkers, on Friday, the 25th of August at 4 p.m. BST, 8 a.m. PDT, we'll be running a developer live stream and debuting the announcement trailer for the new DLC. The countdown timer there. Content of this new DLC has been a closely guarded secret, but will always be revealed in this developer live stream. We'll start by showing the trailer, then some gameplay, and be answering questions. So, there's a little bit of some things to read through here. Is you know, they'll start by showing the trailer. So there'll be a trailer. As we all know, trailers can be kind of juiced a little bit because, you know, they can kind of make it look a little bit better than it is sometimes. But then they'll be showing some gameplay as well, so that's really cool to actually see this gameplay. So we know it is far enough along that they can be showing some gameplay. You know, trailers can come out super early and there's very little gameplay. By showing us some gameplay, that's really nice. And they'll be answering some questions live from the chat, so that's cool. This next picture is from FJ Warner. This is just the announcement. This is what a lot of people are going to miss. This is just the announcement and not a release. I guarantee you'll have some comments here and there as, oh, I thought it was releasing. So, just the announcement. The other 2 DLCs have released in October, so it would not surprise me if this released in October. You know, that gives them the rest of this month, September, and then release in October. So that makes sense to me. You know, get the hype built a couple months early, get people interested in, and then release it. So that makes perfect sense. Put some finishing touches on there. Maybe listen to some people's concerns. There's an important line. I think with a lot of the grumbling people will do in like the comments below here, which we're not going to go into, it says this new content has been years in development. I think a lot of people are assuming that, you know, very few from my community, but a lot of people in the Grouchy community are assuming that the devs have no clue what they're doing and they're just kind of wandering, you know, aimlessly. You know, these things take years to develop. You know, they have to change the game often in large ways to make this new content work. Bugs are going to pop up that they have to squash. So this has been years in development. So I'm going to put a quick poll up. I will go through chat in a second, guys. I'm not ignoring you there. Let me just try to... let's see, where is it? I'll put up a poll in a second here. It's my emojis are up, so I can't get rid of them. I'll put up a poll here, and you guys can guess on what you think it is. I already put one up on the YouTube as well. But it's been years in development, so we can think of the things that people have been asking for years. My thought is this is going to be fishing. Again, I don't like building hype. I hate building hype. You know, my whole thing is, I think it's you know, hype is not really great. You start imagining things and fantasizing about what will be in there, and it rarely helps, you know. And so I don't want to build hype, but this has been you know, fishing has been something people have been asking for years. I think it would take years to develop something like that, but you know, we shall see. So I'm gonna quickly I'm gonna start making a poll here. I doubt it's gonna be space. Let's see. Hold on. Why is this poll? I'm trying to see how to work this poll. I'll make it, we'll make it just fishing space for right now, see what people think. Ignore the yes, no, I couldn't get rid of that. But, you know, years in development is something I think is an important line. That's something I read into yesterday when I read this. These things take years to develop, and so, like, you know, there's especially been a lot of grumbling around the animals. You know, even by me to a certain extent, but I think they have a long-term plan with some of these things like animals and interacting with these animals. I don't think they're just on a whim say, oh, we'll put some buffalo in the game. I think it's, you know, there's a reason when they put in animal after animal and people are like, oh, we never asked for this. It seems to me like they're having a longer-term goal with animals and the ability to interact with animals, and that could come up to something cool, and they could hang on to those. Some developers do that. They make every part for, you know, an update later in the game, and they hold on to it. They never let anyone see it. Or you can say, okay, well, listen, these animals are done, and let's just release them. And let people play with them, You know, one thing I like with the animals is flying around the arid biome. It's a little bit bland, and I get to see like herds of buffalo, which is gives it. People have been asking for like scrub brush and stuff like that out in the desert, and every once in a while you'll see a little herd of buffalo, and it's kind of cool. And I see foxes all over the place. In today's episode of the Career Build series, there was a fox next to the loot crate. You know, there are always foxes and badgers on the runway when I'm trying to take off. So little stuff like that I think is interesting. So, but I think the big takeaway from here is it's been years in development. So you need to keep this in mind that these are years to get these things in. Alright, so this picture is by, as you can see, he actually helped me. It's corn flax. It's flax cranes, so corn flax. So please subscribe to this event and join us in 2 weeks. So my plan is to do a live stream. That should be, what is it? It should be noon my time. So noon Eastern, 1600 Zulu. So plan is to do a live stream and kind of watch it with you guys, see what you guys are thinking. But, so that's exciting. I'm looking forward to this. You know, there are a bunch of people asking, you know, why DLCs? Let me quickly bring something up here in Steam. There's a comment I made the other day. So somebody was asking why DLCs. Is this the one? Okay. So I'll just focus on my comment here. So they're asking, why are we getting a new DLC when there are, in my opinion, more pressing... The commas are screwing me up there. Why are we getting a new DLC? Should be a question mark, new sentence. There are, in my opinion, in my opinion, more pressing issues. Period, lol. That's formatting. And here's my comment. Because it's a business, and a business needs income to survive. Without it, the business and the game will die. It's not a charity or public utility. The game is already aimed at a small audience, people who enjoy engineering. Because the audience is small, they cannot rely on an unlimited supply of new players to continue to buy new copies. So the DLC gives them a revenue stream where new players and seasoned players can continue to support the game and the company. The community usually becomes more active when new content comes out. You can see this in YouTube views and community engagement on Discords and Steam. DLC and updates motivate the community members who may have stepped away, and and give them a reason to come back. If you don't find the DLC value for money, don't buy it. If you do, buy it. That should have commented. We'll critique my own grammar. They usually start the DLC on sale. For example, last DLC, it's supposed to be like $9 US, and it came out at like $7. So I bought it day of, it was $7. You know, I can't buy lunch for $7, so I think it's certainly value for money. You know, this kind of like people poo-pooing the DLCs. This isn't The Sims where they come out with a clothes pack that costs $24. You know, and it's EA really gating things behind. I think they do a reasonable job of this. The most pressing issue for the game and the company is to remain profitable so that it is viable to continue working on. Without income, they must move on. So, quickly, just kind of going over that. That's something that I think of course, would it be nice if you never had to spend money on anything ever again? Yes, but do I think it's a reasonable amount of money to ask for some content, keep the game going? Yes. I think some people are not understanding how much of a niche game this is. Like, you have to spend hundreds of hours to get a good build built. You have to, especially as a new player, you have to do a lot of learning just to learn basic logic in-game. And so that appeals to a very small audience. It's, you hear a lot of people, they'll talk about, oh, this was supposed to be a search and rescue game. That's the game I bought. Oh my god, they shouldn't add this. They should just add search and rescue. And you need to think about, if you make it a challenging engineering game where you really need to learn a lot of stuff, then you also say, oh, it's only going to be search and rescue. You're further reducing your audience. By adding more things, you're increasing your audience. Well, you need to think of the developers as a business. They are. And we get the byproduct, the business, the product. But at the end of the day, the business's job is to make profit. And so if they made the game too narrow focused, they would have a very small pool of people who would buy the game, and that would be it. And the game would die because there's no new revenue stream. So they need to add new things that bring in new players and interest new players. And they need to bring in new DLC that brings some people back to, who've already purchased the game like myself to purchase more so that the business stays alive. If the business is not profitable, guess what? The game shuts down, it's done. Yeah, some people say, oh, we should pay $50 and in perpetuity for the rest of my life I should be able to play this game and never put in another penny. That's fine if the game is static and doesn't change, but it needs to keep changing, and so a little bit of a talk on that, but we'll go ahead and move on here and start reading some chat. So how's it going, Citrus, MCFS Gamer? Tripper, how are you there? Elijah, how's it going? Andre, what's going on? Sanders, how are you? I see. All right, let's read some of this chat. Yep, so doing a build stream here, so I'm going to be working on the helicopter from today's episode. Yep, so my thought is, again, fishing for the DLC. We'll see. I think it's reasonable. Again, let's listen to that one line that I think is the most important. This has been years in the making. When something is going on for years, it's hard to keep things from, I wouldn't say necessarily leaking, but it's hard to not see the edges of what they're working on. And it is helpful to put it out in the game and test it a little bit. So, for example, we got physicalized fish a while ago. They've been doing more animal stuff, not necessarily that animals have to do with the fishing, but they put physicalized fish in, which would make sense to me that, for example, this is how I do fishing. If you think about mining, we have those hoppers, right? I think putting fish on a hook, maybe they could do it. I don't think that's necessarily the easiest or best or least potentially glitchy way to do it, put a fish on a hook. But if you think about fishing pots, they literally will take crab pots and they'll go bait them for cod and other fish, and the fish will go in the pot, and they just pull a pot of fish out of the water. And so you could have a hopper that is detailed to look like a fishing pot or crab pot. And over time, if in this region where fish are detected, increase capacity by X number, that would be really cool, and that gives a lot of engineering solutions. For example, we need to have a boat. We need to be able to put a crane in that boat that can handle the pots. Change the weight of the pots versus empty and full. You wouldn't necessarily need that, but that would be kind of cool. And so you need to be able to crane those pots up onto the deck, which means you need to have a stable boat with some stability systems and a working crane. You have to potentially use something like sonar to find the fish, to have a fish finder. So, okay, this area is a green area, which means lots of fish. Red means barely any fish. And so you go into the green area and you say, okay, if I put a pot in the green area, it only needs to sit there for 10 minutes before it is full. If I put it in the red area, maybe it's an hour before it's full. And so you put your fishing pot in the water. Well, guess what else you need to build? You need to put a rope on there, and you need to put a buoy on there. And so you have a rope and a buoy, and then you put a rope anchor on the buoy, and you bring it up with your winch. And so these things sound pretty interesting engineering-wise. So I think that would add a lot of cool engineering to it. But, again, that's just my guess. You like that 80s sound there, Tripper? Andre, go ahead and look at my Stormworks Basics tutorial. I have a single rotor helicopter tutorial in there. Oh, you're on the North Sea? Excellent. Maybe you're fishing. Yeah, well, I'm kind of surprised they're answering questions live as well to a certain extent. I think it attracts some interested people who actually want to know what it is, and it's going to attract some people who want to be a pain, but that's pretty easy just to ignore the people who are being a pain, and, they're going to answer the question they want anyways, and that's fine. They're not revealing every detail about this. They certainly don't want to reveal anything they don't want us to know. They might have a couple things that they say, okay, these things are 100% already in and done. This last 10% we still need to work on, so we're not going to talk about this last 10% because everybody's going to take it as a promise if we mention it, so we talk about the 90, we leave out the 10, so there might be some things that they're not going to talk about. They may not want to give a release date, so, Star Citizen is a king at not answering any questions, so probably take a hint from them. Near the Mediterranean Sea. Yeah, it could very well have something to do with the animals. That was my other thought. They've been adding a lot of animals lately, and kind of the standard refrain from a lot of people has been, "Who asked for this? Nobody asked for this. Why are you doing this? This is a waste of time." One, the last thing you would want is every one of us being, you know, a backseat developer. They need to just, they need to do their coherent plan as a game development company. Of course, it's important to listen to your community, but you can't be driven by your community in that way. And so they've been releasing a lot of animal stuff, so it would make sense to me that it could be farming. So that would be my other thought. If I were to guess, I would think it would be fishing, farming. Space is not going to happen. So fishing and farming would be my top thoughts. Farming would be super cool. Like, you know, it could be the animal interaction update where, for example, you do farming. I talked about that before, how you could have, like, you know, one of those little villages has some cows. You go over there, you pick up the milk, you deliver it here, money. You know, you pick up the meat, deliver it there, money. You know, that would be kind of cool. You know, they could do some sort of hunting mechanic. I'm not really interested in that myself, but they have a bunch of animals, hunting mechanics. They put in some dangerous animals like alligators. You know, not that Gila monster can hurt you, but you know, the other thing would be something interesting like potentially just go and, oh, there's a Gila monster wild in this village, go trap it. So there could be something where they put in like a track dart, and you track them, then you can pick them up, and then after a certain amount of time, they wake up. That would make sense for these animals that run away from you, that if they're tracked, they don't run away from you. You can pick them up, put them in a crate. If they are awake, they'll run away from you. So that could be interesting as well. So I think that very well could be. I'm kind of thinking it could be farming and fishing. That would be awesome if it was farming and fishing, which would make sense. I don't think fishing is all that, wouldn't take years necessarily to develop, but put in animal husbandry and that, I think, yeah, that makes good sense. Yeah, like I think transpo livestock would be really cool. The ability to ride horses would be cool. People have been asking for that for a while. They've already said that they're not doing space. I think they were pretty definitive about that. I forget which update. You know, it'd be nice if they had it, but I think it'd be cool. We'll have to see. You know, they said something reasonably definitive that it's not space. You know, but who knows? You know, there've been plenty of developers who say it's not this thing. And part of it is, you know, they want to go and they want to see if is this thing possible. It's kind of like when I started a build the other day on a live stream, and the first thing I did was I wasn't going to make it pretty. The plan was just to see, is this possible? Can I make this work? And the answer was no. And so, you know, if I advertised you guys, I'll bring it up. So, like, if I advertised you guys and said, hey, where the hell is it? Here, I was like, hey, I'm making a small amphib car that's coming to the workshop. Guys, get ready. This build's coming to the workshop. And I hadn't even tested it to see if it was possible. And then I come back to you guys and I'm like, oh, guys, sorry, I'm not going to be able to put that on the workshop. It's just not possible, right? You know, it's going to let people down, where if you just say, okay, let's test this and see if it's possible first. And if it's not possible, then we scrap it and we make something new. You know, so that would make sense. So maybe they got into space and they said, you know what, we can actually make this work. We can make it reasonable. We're not going to overcomplicate it, but it'd be kind of cool. So I would love to see space too. I thought one of their comments made it seem reasonably definitive that they weren't going to do it, but we've heard this a lot by a lot of game developers that say, oh, that's not happening. Even these devs have said quite a few times, this is not happening, we're not doing this, and then they change their minds like we all do. You know? So, yeah, I'd be perfectly happy with space as well, so we'll kind of see what it is. Saying space update would be cool. Instantly gets you canceled. Let me see. Gas production platform. You know what would be kind of cool? You know, I love Farming Sim, and Farming Sim has, you can do digesters. And so you take manure and you mix it with water and the bacteria in there, and they will create methane, and they'll pull the methane off as the you know, as the digestate's going. So that's pretty cool. I'm going to be working on a bunch of different builds today. They're Acti T22. How's it going? So I'm going to show you guys where the progress is on this little Jeepy Jeep. So this was designed for the Night Owl. Let me see. If the music's too loud, just let me know. I'm on the lowest dot, so it should be fine. But yeah, this little Jeep here is designed to go in Night Owl in the stall plane. So let's give this a little drive. I finished this up a little bit more, did this live stream, and then dressed up some more. But this is a pretty cool little Jeep. So it has tail lights. They are on. So the bottom lights are the brake lights. So currently, the way I have to do the brakes, because I don't have a lot of nodes, is actually I could do it on park brake. I could do a regular park brake. I might just do a regular park brake, but anyway. So we have the parking brakes on there, so that's why those are on. But if I press on the brakes, we get brake lights. If I go ahead, do directional, we have directional and directional there. 2, 3 is hazards. Let's see, 4 is headlights. And running lights, you can see my running lights will come on there. Those are also the directionals, and they'll flash. That's probably my new way I'm going to do lights. And then we have reverse. So lights are all hooked up. 4 seats on this. I don't know. I need to work on the dials. So we're going to have a speedo, and then we're probably... I might do tack speed on this side. I haven't decided. I'll have to figure these out. And so let's go ahead and just drive this around a little bit. Let me know if the car sounds are too loud, because they sound different to you guys than they do to me. So I moved the snorkel. Snorkel's up top there now. So this is gonna be a fun little car. But the main thing for this is this can fit in some of my airplanes and stuff. Kind of move this around. It'd be cool at some point to build a cargo helicopter, but I'm kind of not in the helicopter mood. But you know, just kind of a cool little Jeep to be able to go do some rescues in. And the main thing with this is just to be able to fit it in the back of some of my aircraft. So thought this would be kind of cool. I love it. It's just kind of a cute little funny little Jeep. So be kind of fun. Send it off into space. Yeah. And it is has really good center of gravity. As you see, it wants to stay on its bottom. So it pretty much recovers itself. So just kind of a cool little build to be able to fit in some other craft. That's kind of one of the things I've been working on lately is, as I build like an airplane or something, I want to be able to transport it. So I also had some thoughts on what I want to do on the next build challenge. So the next build challenge is sea-based. And so one of the thoughts I had was a landing craft. And so the landing craft would probably, I'd probably take one of my vehicles that's going to be released in the workshop, and then you guys can go ahead and you would be able to download that and then landing craft to transport from A to B, but that's a thought. So let's see. Alright, so let's go ahead, and I was using this in the career build series and found there were some issues with this, so I want to get working on this helicopter. Yeah, this helicopter works pretty well. I'm not really like, I don't really want to use it all that much here and there, but it works really well. So kind of, because it just works so well, I really want to kind of get it going and get it in there. So I'm trying to say there was a color issue here that was bugging me right there. I think is, yeah, right there is where it is. All right, there we go. Alright, so I need to look at some of these systems here and start working on some of the systems to get this up and running correctly. It just was not behaving right. I need to stick a rotor brake in here. So where are we at? So what's that? That is air. That's air right there. This should be rotors. That's rotors. So anywhere there. So let's go like this. So this is what a lot of people will do for rotor brakes. They'll put a wheel on there. Where the hell is that going again? There's, okay, like that. Okay, good. And then grab a wheel. So I want a rotor brake on this. The rotors just keep going for 100 years. And so I don't, oh, come on. We're starting to get space issues here. Let's go, I can go down. So let's go. Can I go here? Yeah, I should be able to go there. Okay. Alright, let's try here. I'm kind of sick of the rotor just constantly going. When I shut it down, I want the rotor to break, so. Yeah, that's gonna be the way of that, but I can move that. Maybe. See, this is one thing I've been asking for is like, it'd be nice if the devs did a brake block that was just a one piece. The other thing I test is this. Alternator's not really gonna do it. We'll work on the rotor brake later. Let's see. So one of the things that I did with Katie did was, go ahead and save this really quick. I'll bring up Katie did. So I want this to work like Katie did does. So for those who are not familiar with Katie, Katie does this. This is the exterior winch for the people, and then you have an interior winch here with the platform. It's going to work the same way. I need to put this winch in. The issue is this. On this helicopter, I have a bunch of the... microcontrollers up here, so I need to break one to be able to get down and go down the rescue area, so... Let's see where we're at microcontroller-wise. So, okay, I can move the light. Let's do that. Let's cut the light, move that one. That actually is really... Oh, come on, man. Flicky camera. Flicky camera scum. Okay. Let's do that for now. Can I delete these? I can. So that's not too bad. What is that? Oh, that's beautiful. That actually works really well. I don't know if that's going to hold liquid anymore if I do that. So let's do this. Yeah, see, I don't want to screw this up here with my tank. I think I have plenty of fuel capacity, but that's all part of my tank. Let's try this. Okay. What's this? Let's see. If I delete this out, I can increase my tank even more. Okay, that can't go. That's fine. Okay. So let's see. Let's add a winch right here. That kind of screws up my entry. I want it laying down, but I need to worry about that fuel tank. So let's try something here. I need to see if this fuel tank will hold fuel with that winch there. I'm not sure, so. I'd like to recess this a little bit where it's not in the way. So like here, I'd like to recess it like that. So it's flush mounted, but we'll have to see if I would say that tank's gonna leak out, so we'll test it. Let's see, is there a meter in here? Where's the meter? Let's grab a dial. Yeah, I think there's a meter in here somewhere. I can move some stuff around in here, but I can't do too much. I can actually move this whole panel, will be fine. I'll do that if need be. Where the hell's the meter? It's gonna be easier to probably just fly through and find it. Kind of tough to get around in here and find things. So. There it is. It's right here. Right, fluid level right there. Let's drag it and see if that killed my tank. It may have, which is fine actually. Okay, yep. So that's I opened the tank up when I did that. Let's go ahead and redo some of this. Flicky cameras drive me nuts lately. Now let's take this panel out. I have plenty of room in the tail to hide these micros. I wasn't sure I was going to have that tail space, and I have it now, so. Alright, let's see. Alright, and so that's fine where the winch is there, I think. That is fine for me. So I just need to seal this up. What are you here? Okay. Alright, so I'm just kind of looking around, seeing what... See, that needs to be there, so that's fine. Alright. So we'll make the tank end here. I have plenty of fuel in here, so I don't really have to worry about it. That needs to stay. Okay, what is this width-wise? 3 by 5. 3 by 5. Alright, so this can go one more block here, and then down. Alright, so let's see. What do I have in the back for micros? I want to convert this out to... That's a 2 by 4. That looks like that will fit. Yeah, 2 by 5 even, that will fit. Alright. I'm just rearranging some micros to make this work. Alright. This will go... Do wedges like that, merge you, there, guy. And then this will actually increase the fuel capacity. I don't really need more fuel, but it's always nice to have it. If it's not going to cost anything, you know? It doesn't really pick my pocket. If it doesn't pick my pocket, I might as well do it. So let's go across. There we go. Okay, good. I'll get out of there before I have claustrophobia. No, the poll is for the, what is the next DLC? I didn't title it. Let me kill this poll, and then I'm going to start a new one. I'm going to see if I can fix it. What's another thought people have on what this could be? I put fish in space, something with the animals. Do we have another thought? Trying to think. Can't think of anything else would be. I'll do other. There we go. There's a new poll up. I figured out how to fix some of the stuff that was bad with the poll. Alright, so that is good. So this is now nice. I can also put the light back where it was. This fits correctly where it should be. Beautiful. So I'm going to put the light, I think, right here. Nice. So that is a better spot. So what we'll do is we'll grab Katydid's panels here and get all this set up. And what do I need here? I need a spot that is 1, 2, 3 by 1. Do I have a 3 by 1 sitting anywhere? Probably not. So I also want to convert this over to physics sensor. I'm slowly trying to convert everything over to physics sensor. That was a nice update. So I have a couple panels here, but I don't have any 3-to-1s. I don't think. What is this? 1, 2. There it is, right there. 3-to-1. I thought it was 4 for a second there. Okay, that will fit. So let's stick this up here. So, you know, people often ask why put microcontrollers in the fuel tanks, because they take up less space and give you greater fuel volume. So they're very thin. Alright. I get everything? I get everything there. Alright, good. So that winch is going to go down through the floor. I need to make sure it might need to come forward one, but we're going to try it where it is for right now. Let's start cutting a hole in the floor and see what I'm going to break down here. Probably nothing. This floor is pretty resilient here, so let's cut out a bunch. And I want to grab my, let's see. So is it gonna be electric hatch? And so where do we want it? Right there, probably. Alright, will that allow me to go down? That might need to come back one, I'm thinking. I think that needs to come back one, yeah. Alright. Alright, good. So that is now in. Alright, so we have our hatch there. So you'll go down on the winch through the hatch. And then the victim will go up here. So that sets that up. Let me see. Read some of this chat. Some new chat here. Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be fishing. They've been working on it for multiple years. Wouldn't surprise me, but with all the new animal stuff, wouldn't surprise me. I think that's a reasonable idea too, to do both animals and fishing, because they might have figured fishing is too limited for a DLC, where fishing and animals would work as a DLC. So I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see. Alright, let's quickly check this dial, make sure that the fuel tank is sealed now. It is. Okay, so we have 1,486 liters in that tank, so tank is resealed. Beautiful. Let's put this microcontroller in the back. And then what I'm going to do is I want to grab Katydid's winch controls, and all those are coming in here, so. Oh, this panel's wide, isn't it? I see where I have space. Yeah, where can you fit there, sir? Or madam? I want to leave that space open for the rotor brake. Let's see if I can get the rotor brake in. I don't really need that radio anymore, but I don't want to take it out right now, so I'll kind of just leave it hanging there for now. So I put those radios in. That was part of the ADF system. It actually used radio antennas to work, so I pretty much do GPS for that, so, but I don't want to delete it out. Alright, so let's try to get this. Let's try to put the rotor brake in here. We have the space for it, so I'll stick it in. There we go. Alright, so we have a wheel in here now, and that wheel will be able to be braked for rotor brake. Alright, nice. Alright, and so let's grab a physics sensor. This is going to go in here at some point to replace a bunch of the stuff, but we'll do that in a minute. Alright, so this is coming along here well. Let's go to Katie. Alright, so I want all Katie's winch stuff. So where are you going to? Right here, winch controls. Alright, I need to find what everything goes to. So that's the hatch. Okay, that is winches. Hatch, winches. What are those going to? Nothing? What's that all about? And this goes to this panel here. And then I assume the harness loops through the winch. Okay, winch goes to this. Okay, that works for me. Alright, so we should just need this. Alright, nice. So we'll hook these up. Come on, flicky camera, you scum. There we go. don't know what those two, what these are for. Hatch and winches. I don't know what that's all about. What the hell is that about? I don't know what that's all about. I don't know. Figure out in a minute. Alright, so I want to put in my winch stuff, so let's go and grab... I should have grabbed that off Katie. I'll grab it in a minute. Let's paint this really quick, just to get rid of the coloring on it. Okay. Start hooking this stuff up. So, winches up. And we'll do down here, winches down. Down and down. Don't know what those are for. I have to kill those. Those are nothings. That goes there. Okay, good. So that works. Let's save this again. I need to go grab the winch off of Katie. So this, the harness rather. The harness. There's a harness. Harness down here. So the harness is. This one's pre-configured, so it already works. So by taking that with me, I don't have to enter in all the information on the harness again, which is just a pain. Will this fit inside? I doubt it will. So it has to do the same treatment as Katie. It will sit below it, and then you'll suck it up before you go for a trip. So that works. All right. There we go. Where are we at? Right there. Right there. Go like that. Okay. And then we'll do some ropey logic here. We'll put a cable to that. Bingo. Alright, good. And then this one has composite coming from this winch, goes to this panel to pass through. And that way we control it. I don't think these are doing anything. These two are not doing anything, so I'm going to get rid of those. I don't know why I had them in there. Probably changed the way I was doing something and then never took them out. Alright. Yeah, it's kind of, you know, be fun to see what it's going to be. You know, especially like you said, you know, if it's fishing, you want to build the boat for it. I think that's the big thing that's really important, that I think some of the people are always just like, oh, just do bug fixes, do bug fixes, do bug fixes, don't get is you have to, you know, you have to keep the game alive by giving people engineering projects to do. And a big part of that, oh crap, I cut it instead of copying it. Okay. You need to give people engineering projects to do. And part of that is, you know, something like adding fishing to the game makes it so that you're gonna see the workshop, if it's fishing, let's say that. If it's fishing, the workshop is gonna be inundated and filled and filled and filled with fishing equipment of all sorts, and that's going to be super cool, and it's going to give people interest, and it's going to bring a lot of people back to the game, and the workbench is going to be, or the workshop's going to be filled with fishing stuff, you know, because it gives somebody something to do. The same thing when Industrial Frontier came out, you know, people started building a lot more mining equipment, you know, and it made sense because, you know, now it kind of inspires you to do something. It's like when I see somebody build something and I think it's cool, I want to go build something like that. Or I see a bunch of cool race cars, I want to build a cool race car. And so it helps kind of solidify when maybe you're in a little bit of a slump and you don't know what you want to build next. You're like, oh, that would be cool to build this or this, you know. So I think that is really, oh my god, this camera is just the worst. It's like it's right mouse controlled and it's just flicky as all hell. Alright, what is this? Can you be deleted and not cause me problems? Yes, you can. Perfect. Okay, good. That's where the controls are going. So I think that would be big, you know, and that's one of the things that the people who keep saying, oh, just do updates, just do bug fixes, just do this. You know, doing the bug fixes is not gonna bring people back who are bored and don't know what they want to build next or don't have any inspiration. You know, it's not going to give people a bunch of hours in gameplay. You know, it'll make a smoother experience and more enjoyable, but it's not going to bring people back. You know, you need a balance. You need bug fixes and you need new content, and you need that balance to be right where the game is working better, and I have something cool that I want to build, you know, and that's where it has to go, and, you know, that's what they're doing. It's just, is it as fast as people like? Of course not, you know. But yeah. Alright. So, nice. So this winch is coming along here, so we have our 2 harnesses. This one is probably going to hit the door on the way in. We'll see if this door will close. Let's try it. The other one on Katie did is out a little bit further, and the door will close. Let's see if this one will close it. That closed it in. I'm not too upset with that. Problem is I need to be able to get in this harness and get it out. So I should be able to kick this out. Ha! Like that. Ha! Come on, get up. Yeah, so I can kick it out, so I'm happy. I could push that winch out one further. Let's do that. I have to see how I can integrate it so that it sits pretty well with the hull of this ship. I don't think it's going to bother me if this comes out. Nah, it's fine. It doesn't bother me. Yeah, so it's like any of these things. It's just balance. It's a balancing act. Try to make it so that you can get people come back to the game. You're not alienating old players. You're inviting new players. It's just, it's a balancing act, and it's like, you know, nope. There's no developer that it's ever found a perfect balance to make everybody happy, and they never will, you know? Just kind of is the way it is, and they're trying to do their best to make it work. Yeah, let's do a half block here. That will add just a hair more fuel. Not that we need it, but if we can add it, why not add it? There we go. Alright, so that is, the winch is out a little bit further now. I'm not offended by the way it looks. You just kind of accept that that side's going to stick out more, so that's fine with me. That's not a problem. Could do a little bit of detailing work here, see if I can make it look integrated a little bit more. Nah, not going to bother. I think it looks fine the way it is. Yeah. Yeah, I think it looks fine. I don't think it's a problem. Let's close that, see if it will go outside. Yeah, I think it looks better sticking out. This was just, you know, for me, it's like, I always think about aerodynamics, and it's like, this is a very fast build, so you'd want it to be, you know, not sticking out, but it's like, it doesn't matter in game. So, like, say that works perfectly. That pushes it out of the way. When it closes, it also pushes it back to the center position, because you don't want it behind the door, because I can't access the people, so that works perfectly. And that's why it's one of the reasons it's a suicide door like that, so that works. Beautiful. Alright, so that is good. So this helicopter will be more useful now. You know, I haven't really, like, you know, I want to use Night Owl more, but it is nice to get a variety of builds in now and again, so. This has a big capacity. I had a cool mission. If you watched today's career build series, I had a rescue, and then I had a transport mission. So I did the rescue, went, did the transport, and then came back to finish dropping the people off at the hospital from the rescue. And one of the things that was nice with that was all the seating in here. There's enough seating that it works. So that's okay. That can go anywhere in here. All right, let's start working on trying to get the physics center, English language me speak, physics sensor integrated. English language me speak. Bearing panel, okay, let's see. This is the old bearing panel. It is. Okay, so the new bearing panel is coming in here anyway. So let's save this. I think Albatross definitely has the latest one. I think Night Owl has the latest one too. So the bearing panel, if you watch the New Player Career Build series, and I also did a tutorial, made the bearing panel. It's essentially a very simple GPS, how an ADF system would work IRL. It's up here. Oh, this one has a Mondo big one. I don't know why that one was so big, so I think the Albatross has the one I want. You know, and so I had issues with the old bearing panel where it was causing me issues because if I got a certain, I had to keep the actual shacks in the world, and that caused problems where they were slowing down the game because none of the map could despawn because my shacks were everywhere. And so it was really slowing the game down. So now I fake it. So before, it actually used this antenna. And the cool thing with this is this antenna has a 20-kilometer range. The other one has a 20-kilometer range, so you get a 40-kilometer range. And if you're outside of 40 kilometers, guess what? You can't read the station. That's how an ADF works IRL. You have to be within a certain range. The new system fakes it. The nice thing with the old system, too, was if no matter what seed you had, it always worked because the ADF stations would move with the islands. This system, so for example, like, see all this? So these are the permanent stations. These are the ones that never move in game. So, for example, Draymore is always in the same position. Draymore, so that's Draymore's X position, that's Draymore's Y position. And so you'd fill out all the X's, you'd fill out all the Y's. These always stay the same. So let's say you do your seed, right? Okay, so if you have your seed, you would have to go, okay, where's my airport X's X coordinates? Okay, airport is one of the islands in game. So you'd find the X coordinate of airport. So it's actually pretty simple. Let's save this really quick. So for example, if you want to configure the panel to your map, you would do this. You would go, okay, so airport, I know airport is here. So this is called airport. And generally the ADFs are off the side of the runway. So you'd look there, okay, X is 17079.9, Y is negative 27,985. So you'd write those two coordinates down, and then you would go back in, and you would go in the panel here, and you would go to Airport X, and you put whatever it was, 10729, you know, whatever it was. And you enter that in, and then that will work for you as the coordinates. So I should fill one out at some point with all my coordinates for my seed, but I'm leaving it like this, so eventually if I release it, it's easier. But that has all the coordinates in it. So now you still enter in a radio frequency to access that, but instead of actually reading the radio frequency, what it does is it just moves some numerical switch boxes to give you the coordinates. So what I want to do is add on a thing that if you're a certain distance away, you don't get the signal. So you'd have to, you'd have to do some things, but I'll have to figure that out later. Let's see. All right, so I have. So I need to find this. What is this? This is bearing panel, and then I need to find where's autopilot. I wonder if I should yank out. I probably should. No, I was gonna say I could yank out Night Owl's autopilot, but I don't think I will. Alright, so here's my keypad. So keypad B goes in. Keypad B, here's A. And then that's fine. So the nice new thing is, you see, this is a much more compact panel. One of the reasons is that physics sensor really helps make things compact. So where are we at here? Physics sensor, and then where's my bearing panel? I think it was one of these. Let's see. I think it's probably this one here. Yep, it's that one. And then monitor is, yep, it's this one. And then I have a camera, so I can put a camera on there. As one of my pages is a camera, so I need to fix that at some point. And then we need AP, bearing micro out goes to right there. And then that is AP pass-through. AP pass-through goes to there. I think we're all set. This is set up. And then those have to do, like I said, with the camera. So this can all go ado. Alright, good. So that saves me a bunch of space. Not that I need it, but it's nice to have it. Oh my god, flicky camera. I'm so sick of it. It's like I grab the right mouse button and it's just like, it's almost like mouse acceleration. It becomes super sensitive and it's so obnoxious to like flick the camera all over town. Alright, there we go. I gotta fix this paint really quick. Once I get this panel kind of more finished, I'll make a module where I can just grab it and stick it in things, but it's not there yet. Alright, I'm gonna have to configure the autopilot quite a bit. Yeah, I'm hoping it as well, Neotastic. I think that would be a lot of fun. You know, big, like I said, you know, for those of us who really love to build, it's a big thing to, you know, it's a really nice thing to be able to add just some inspiration. It's like, I would love to go build some fishing boats, you know, and I think that's really cool gameplay, and I think it will add a lot to the game, so. Alright, I'm gonna do it. Let's go ahead and save this. You know, let's grab Night Owl's autopilot. Big part of it is I'm trying to, you know, I'm hemming and hawing. Do I try to reconfigure the autopilot and a lot to the physics sensor, or do I grab one that I've already done it and that's a little bit different and then try to reconfigure that? So I either have to reconfigure the VTOL to be a helicopter again, or I have to configure the panel that's working for this helicopter to be a, you know, work with the physics sensor. So we'll figure it out here. I'm not 100% sure yet what I want to do, because these are going to be different. Alright, so let's see. What's this autopilot? Okay, this got to be it here. Let's look at this autopilot panel here and see if I can. What is that? Yeah, this has some old panels in it, so I have to like figure out what some of these even do, like this. Okay, so this just doesn't have the space, so I had to make this. So that's kind of ugly. All right. Let's use this autopilot from Night Owl. I can disconnect everything from that one, leave it in there, and if this works fine, we know that's good. So let's do that. Physics sensor will go there. How's it going, Neotastic? How are you doing today? Saw a couple of your shorts the other day. They were good. Just reading chat, guys. How's it going there, Blaze Beat? Yeah, I wasn't using physics sensor until a couple weeks ago when they put in all the numbers and they changed it from Euler to the more useful numbers. So now this thing's a dream to use. You know, with it being numbered, it's easy to find one of them. Some of them a little bit confusing, just because, for example, before you had XY on your GPS, now it's XZ, which makes sense, but it's a pain that, you know, you used to use Y, now you use Z, so you put in your microcontroller Y, you know, GPS Y, and now it's actually GPS Z. But, you know, beyond that, it's not too bad. But definitely, it's like, you look at it now, it's a dream to use, just because it's labeled, it's easy. Before, I'd have to look up the chart, or I'd forget, okay, what number is compass? You know, now it shows compass 17 right there. You know, so, you know, it's nice that that got done. AP pass-through. Let's see, AP monitor touch, so that should be the bottom one? Bottom one. I probably want those flipped, actually. Bearing micro goes there. What are you? Seat? Okay, seat. Alright, so let's try this. This new autopilot should work pretty well, because all that's really happening with the, and I did this on purpose, was Night Owl is a VTOL. It has to go through a VTOL controller to make sure the twin rotors are working correctly in unison. With this, it has its own controller because, for example, with this, it uses these two propellers for yaw control. And so the autopilot should just be spitting out yaw, roll, and pitch to the gyro. I should be able to plug those in the gyro. Then the gyro goes to the controller, either the VTOL or the helicopter controller. And so that way I can use the same autopilot. I don't have like a VTOL autopilot, you know, a helicopter, you know, autopilot. So that is helpful. Let's see. Roll to gyro. And then I don't have to reconnect things. I just connect this panel up. Yaw to gyro. That was roll, right? Yep, yaw. Pitch. Where are you at there? Pitch, 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 pitch. Alright, desired altitude is going to be on one of these. That's altitude. I want to flip those. I want it heading altitude. I'm trying to redo the way I do that. Heading, what are you? Altimeter. Altimeter, I don't need anymore because I run it off of the physics sensor. So where the hell am I running altitude? Why? Why are you way down here? Where the hell's altimeter? There it is right here. I'll keep it as altimeter for now. I can change it later. It's one node, so it's actually I don't mind it. So, what are you? Where are you at, guy? All right, let's see. Linear speed, tilt. What are these? Linear speed. Okay, all those can be replaced. I don't think I have an I have to have an altimeter in here somewhere. I probably left that on there because Basilicious hadn't changed the system over yet, but Basilicious did change the system over now. Where is left, right? Left, right's right there. Alright, so I need to put in Basilicious's new gauges too, so I've got a bunch of stuff to update here. How's it going there? Sharp 777. Yeah, you know, as cool as space I think would be, I think it would be one of those things like you'd have to build space out to be something useful. So say, for example, if you went up to space and you mined an asteroid and you brought down minerals to sell or something, that would give you a reason to go up to space. Like, Kerbal is a space sim, you know, so Kerbal is like, you know, they can make Kerbal super in-depth. You have to learn orbital mechanics to make Kerbal work. And because you have to learn orbital mechanics, you can spend a month building a spaceship that can go to Joule in Kerbal. Because it is challenging, it gives you longevity of play. In this, because they can't go into too much detail on one thing because, you know, it would be at the cost of other things. You know, so it would be build a rocket, you have to keep it super simple to a certain extent. It goes up. Okay, what do you do up there? Is there anything up there? Is there a reason to put a satellite up there? Do you need it? Do you need to put a satellite up for your GPS system to work? That could be interesting, but you'd have to make it, you know, a reason to go do it. You know, and if they made it a space game, and there was, let's say, not Stormworks 2 was a space game, absolutely, you could make it in-depth enough where it made perfect sense, and there was a lot of varied gameplay in there, but I think it's tough to kind of add that, you know, at this point to make it work. Compass. Which one's compass here? The physics sensor. Compass is... See, I worked on this panel, I think, before... I worked on this panel before they did the physics sensor update, so I haven't fixed everything. 17. Okay, 17. Oh, where are you at, physics sensor? I just moved you. Nope, I already did it. It's right there. Why do I have compass in here? Right there. Compass can go. Okay, compass can go. I already fixed it. Alright, I just didn't take it out yet. Altimeter. So let's see. I think altimeter should be the Y coordinate on this. Yeah, so if we look at number 2 as the Y position, that should be your altitude, is Y position. And I assume underwater is negative, so that should be 2. There's the altimeter. Alright, let's go to 2. And you're coming up here somewhere. Okay, you go where? You go there. And where else do you go, guy? You go right there. Right, now you go back here like so. You are goner. Alright, that's good there. Alright. And then I actually want to go back in there. Let's get rid of that altimeter on there. So we're cutting this panel down even more. You know, this was huge with the physics sensor. It really helps you to be able to shrink your panels down by a ton. So that's really really convenient. Because, you know, not only do you need things like a GP, like for example, like we look in here. This is gone, this is gone, this is gone, this is gone. This is gone, this is gone, and this is gone. All these things can be gone, plus all their corresponding nodes on all their panels are gone because of that one block. That's something I really am happy the devs are starting to do now, is by doing that, they're really making it so that we can really chop. We can build small builds, you know, and I love small builds, but sometimes they're absolutely miserable to try to do. What is this? All right, so these are all Basilicious's screens, so we're going to replace those. So let's save this. I'm just importing them anyways. So Basilisk screens, I highly recommend these screens. I love them. Right here. Basilisk has updated them. What did I just do? I didn't mean to do that. I meant to import them. Really great screens here. And he updated them recently to be much more compact because they use the physics sensor now. So that's a big benefit of the new system. You know, you see there, that's pretty compact here. So let's see. I actually want to do this. Let's grab this. We'll cut that. Let's go to a new build. And I'm just going to go like this because every time I use Basilisk gauges, which is a lot, I have to recolor them all. So I can replace color if I'm in here. And then there's a bunch of stuff I don't need or want, like all of this. And then there are some duplicates, like compass sensor now, you don't need. So I'm going to change that over to physics sensor. And then I'm going to save my own version. There we go. There we go. And then like that's something Basilisk didn't need anymore. Alright, so let's update that. And then this can go physics sensor. We'll go there now. What are you? Might see, like he has 2 physics sensors. I don't need the 2, so. There we go. Get rid of that. And so I'm just trimming these down. And it doesn't need a bunch of these things. So like this is altitude, so altitude can change. So what did I say? It was 2. It should be channel 2. But yeah, you can see how much shrinking you can do here with when it's like that now. Yeah, so that's a big help there. So that goes, and then what do you? I think that's another altimeter, yeah. This is okay. I just copied that, didn't I? There we go. And I want to go. Do a little update there, and then compass sensor already replaced, and then this one needs to be the same. So, see, that just makes it a lot more compact. Now, I keep having to do that every time I do it, so. Let's see. 6. Okay. There we go. So now that's gonna be more. That's gonna be better to load that in like this. So every time I was doing that, I was having to. Every time I was using this now, I had to convert every time. Now I finally made a save that's has all my changes in it. So there we go. And I'll just go. I won't reattach those. Let's go. I'll just reattach the gauges like this because these are already powered and everything, so I don't want to reattach them all. I think I have Jan's primary flight display on there as well. Alright, good. So that makes that a lot more compact, and I can get rid of a bunch of the stuff here. So BSI, turn coordinator. Like the turn coordinator was huge before. It's much smaller now that uses the physics sensor. It's all these. Okay, good. So all that can go, and this new stuff can come in. It's a lot more compact. Fit sideways? Might fit sideways. Nope, it's one block too much. Not a big deal. Let's stick it up here somewhere. Alright, good. So that's much more compact now. Let's see, I want to check all these nodes. What is that going to? Nothing, nothing, nothing. So those can all go. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Beautiful. And then these are probably, what's that going to? Prop control, linear speed. Okay, so I can run that off something else. Linear speed. We'll keep those for now. This one's good. Okay, I don't need that one. And then I'll fix those later. But that's making some good progress. Let me check chat. Yeah, it doesn't take that long to convert it, and it takes up so much less space, so it's I find it really convenient to just use the physics sensor now. Oh, that's nice, Rasmus. Yeah, I should share some pictures of it in the creation showcase. I always like to see people's builds. All right, this thing here needs to be replaced with this, or just do the... What is that? Airspeed indicator. Okay, so I'm gonna just find where these are right there. That's air direction. And then that is airspeed. Alright, good. That's gone. What is this? How did I miss this? What are you? You are physics. What is turn coordinator? Okay, I left the turn coordinator. And I need to reconnect all those to the physics sensor I have in there, but we'll do that in a second. Come on, you. Alright, let's merge that. And then I need to change all these out to the physics sensor. Touchscreen input, physics sensor there. Physics sensor. Physics sensor, physics sensor, physics sensor, and then this is touchscreen for the artificial horizon. That was something I asked Basilisk to put in there, which was nice enough to do. Alright, good. So that is now connected up, and this one can go. Bingo. Alright, nice. So we're making good progress with this panel here. So let's get this autopilot finished here. And then we can go for a flight. So P-roll, that's fine. We don't need that right now. Desired altitude, linear speed, roll tilt, collective to gyro. So I'm going to use this linear speed for now. This can go in the physics sensor as well, but I'm using that for some other things, so I'll keep it contiguous for right now. Roll tilt. Actually, I think I'll change it. I'm trying to just remember which one's which for linear speed. Where's the physics sensor at? Alright, let's see. Linear velocity, I'd say it's X, but I'm not sure. So let's update this, let's save this, and then I'm gonna go do a quick test. And let's see, get that on the ground. Yeah, I'm just making a little test rig for this physics sensor so I have to do this quite often recently, so I'm going to set up the test rig. So I'll have this test rig all set up, and then if I need it at another time, I can do it. So. Alright, physics sensor test rig, and then let's go, and I need to check which ones I'm testing right now. So, we have linear X, Y, and Z is 789. So 789. 7, 8, 9. Okay. So it's actually value 3. So value 3, 7, 8, 9. So that'd be 9. 9 is going to be your linear speed. And we can tell if it's absolute or directional by going in reverse. Alright, so that is directional. Alright, so that's good to know. How's it going there, Technical Hungarian? How's it going? That is a rotor brake, Rasmus. That wheel allows me to brake the rotor. So, unfortunately, we don't have any braking blocks. So, in order to brake the rotor, so when I shut off the engine, I want it to gently apply the brake on this wheel, and that will stop the rotor blades. In real life, you have so much friction and air resistance that when you shut off the engine, eventually the rotor blades are going to slow down and stop. In-game, it can be like 10 minutes later and you still hear this rotor going. And so this will, you turn on the rotor brake and it will stop the rotors. So, and you need a wheel to do it. Unfortunately, so this is what I would like them to do. Like, take something like this, right? You take a single block like this, and you have one value, a number value. I think they should do composite, but whatever. Do a number value. and you'd plug this in, and you'd be able to set a value of, say, 1 or whatever, and that acts as a brake, and that would be very nice and compact. But they didn't do that, and part of it is, you know, this is people, like, they wanted a rotor brake. The devs probably didn't think a rotor brake was all that important to put in, and so people found a way to do it, and as you can see, it's very cumbersome space-wise, and so it'd be much better if it was compact. So that's why I do it. What was I doing? Okay, testing that. So it was actually value 9 is linear speed. Okay. So let's see. Where am I? Where's my linear speed here? So right here, linear speed. Let's find it in here. I don't think I even really need this in there, but I'm going to use it. So what essentially this does is at a certain speed, it stops using the upper rotor to control the vehicle, and it just uses the control fins. Because you're going fast enough, you have controllability. If I can find it, we'll be in great shape. So it should be somewhere on a... I'm trying to think where the hell it is. Where the hell's linear speed? I'm trying to find the sucker. This is the station keeping. We need that. Where the hell is... There it is, right here. Okay, linear speed right there. Alright, good. So let's grab this. And it was 9. Was the value for that linear speed going forward, which is what we want. And then this is going to go... Where's the last node? Right here. It's kind of messy. Whatever. We'll do that. That's fine, like that. Doesn't bother me as much like that. Alright, so that fixes that, and then linear speed can go... I'm trying to just shrink this panel down as much as possible. Alright, good. We're already dropped a level on this panel here. Oh, come on. I gotta bring everything down. That's stupid. I want to reorganize it anyway. Every time you move these, you have to redo it, so it's a pain. You have to reconnect them if they get moved, but make this much cleaner. So we're almost able to drop another one. Can I drop another one? Roll tilt. I can drop. Definitely drop roll tilt right now, so let's find that. Where the hell's roll tilt? Roll tilt's got to be up here. Right here. Right here's roll tilt. So what we'll do is we'll grab a number here, and I'll plug this in there. And where are you going here? Right there. Okay. And roll tilt can go. The P value can go at some point, but I like to have at least... I like to have a node in there I can use to... What I can do is use desired altitude for that as well. Like, I can change that. So roll tilt right there goes. Alright, so this is going to allow me just to make the panel more compact here. There's another shrinking on there. I don't think I can cut 2. If I could cut 2, I would be able to get it even tighter, but it's not a big deal. Alright, so that's good. I need to find out what roll tilt is on the PID, on the physics sensor. So let's go. I actually made a test rig for this too. Let's save this. Let's see what it is. Let's see. Tilt. So we have tilt of Z, X. Where is it? Z and X. So I need to figure those out. So I did make our test rig for this. So let's load. So right here, there's a physics sensor test rig for roll functions. So as you can see, I have a regular tilt sensor on there, and then I have the physics sensor. So I can Z, X, and tilt. So I either Z or X, so what I do is I tilt this, as you can see, and I look at the tilt sensor, it's 0.11, and whatever one is matching. And then that tells me that if I have a regular left-facing tilt sensor in there, which is usually what I use, I now have to make it negative. So all my rolls have to be negative now. So it's X, and it needs to be negative. So let's go back. So it just makes it helpful to like visualize these things. All right, X and negative. So what is X? X is going to be... If I could hold my hand still there. Let's see. Where the hell is it? Okay, local X is 16. 16. Okay. So I need 16 and it needs to be inverted. So this is physics sensor. Where you at there, guy? So let's go up. Let's go up here. That's better, like that, I think. Alright, and this will go like that. There we go. Clean these up just a little bit here. Yeah. Okay, clean those up a little bit. Alright, and this needs to be inverted. So we'll go function. Just need the 1. So the number needs to be backwards because of the numbers I'm using, so... There we go. Alright, so that is now converted. That lets me get rid of roll tilt. So nice. And so, let's see. Where's the rest of this roll tilt going? So this is the roll tilt here. Nope, that's linear speed. That's forward linear speed. I don't need that anymore here. I got rid of linear speed. Why is it plugging in there still, though? Did I rename it? What are you plugging into there, guy? Desired altitude? Why are you plugged in there? Oh, because I moved it. I moved it into that spot. So here's altitude. I want to flip these, so let's flip these while I'm at it. I'm trying to get things always the same. So like this is going to be altitude, and then so heading is going to be the left of altitude is kind of my new thing. So each airplane I get into, they're kind of in the same orientation, heading left, altitude to the right of it. I also was doing this at one point. I don't know if I'm going to do this on all of them. Like, my heading is lays this way, and my altitude goes up, down. So, it's another kind of way to remember it. How's it going there, Milagros? How are you? Yeah, a brake block would be awesome for a number of things. It would be really cool and easy for them to put in. But I haven't put the request in, so I'm not going to complain until I put the request in. So, I'll put a request in for a feature request at some point. Desired heading goes there. P-roll we don't need right now. Collective to gyro. So all these are going to be screwed up because I messed with them. Pitch to gyro. If you move them, you got to reattach them. So that's why sometimes I don't delete blocks. Is it's just like I got to move them and then it's not worth it. Gyro. And then that's... So we connected to everything? We are, I think. What's that? That's P. That's fine. AP pass-through goes back up to there. Seat. Bearing micro. Physics sensor. AP monitor touch. Okay. And I think I want AP up there, and I want this to be bearing. I'm going to reverse the order here. Like that. I want them up like that. There we go. And what are you? That is the camera for the FLIR, if I put the FLIR on there. I probably will put a FLIR on the helicopter because I have to land in tight constraints at night. So I tend to like to have a FLIR on there. Let's go ahead and check this autopilot panel out. This should be all hooked up now. Famous last words. And then... we can give it a test. What are you? You are the winch controls, so... You know, there's another reason why I haven't really touched this build much, is it's like, I knew I had a lot of, like, updating to do, and it's just kind of like... It's work. There's not much in it. Let's go for a little flight. You'll eventually start learning how to build the hulls you want. You know, you got to keep at it. That's the thing is, I see a lot of people on, you know, Reddit, Discord, Steam, everywhere. You know, I'm terrible at building this. I'm terrible at building that. Practice is the key, you know, and there's no way around it. You know, you just have to put the time in, and that's sometimes why it doesn't get done is it's a time investment, you know. If you want to get better at hulls, you want to get better at anything, you really just need to practice. Okay, something's screwy. Something screwed up I gotta fix. The yaw is screwed up. I can't control my yaw, so I need to look at that. Oh, it's... Nope, okay. So something's commanding my yaw to be on. I need to fix that. Okay. So something's up with my yaw. Let me see where we're at here. Okay. Pitch. Pitch is going to pitch. Collective is going to up, down. Roll is going to roll. Yaw is going to yaw. And then we're having some sort of problem here. Let's see. Make sure everything's going to the rotor correctly. So collective is up, down. Roll is roll. Pitch is pitch. Pitch goes there on these. What's that? Stabilize pitch. Why is that like that? I can't remember. Collective goes into the prop control. Let's look at prop control. That should be where... This should be what's running yaw, so I need to look at it. Oh, okay. Let me see. RPS, p-value, linear speed. I don't know why I have all these in here. Oh, linear speed, I think, came out. That's probably why that screwed up. I don't know. It's not plugged in anything. Oh, I'm doing it differently, too. Let me see. So the yaw gyro goes into angular speed. Okay, angular speed right here. That's what screwed up. Okay. It's not getting an angular speed read. So that would be why it's screwed up now. So angular speed, we need to find that again. That's I can't remember off the top of my head, so let's do this. Let's grab the steering controller. Should have a steering stability controller. I was gonna say I made a tutorial on this. So this will just, I think it's 9. Nope, 11. Okay, so it's 11. Alright. So this needs to be changed. That's why I was having problems, was the prop controller was using the old system. $11 now. Channel 11. Linear speed, where is it? Don't need any of that now. Angular speed right here, so this will be a composite input. Alright, physics sensor. Alright, and then those can go. So RPS. RPS linear speed, p-value. RPS linear speed, p-value. That goes. Throttle? I need throttle. Okay, RPS linear speed and p-value. So linear speed and p-value can go. Alright, I'm going to leave it the same size for now. Because I'd have to fix the ceiling, and I don't want to do that right now. Physics sensor goes in. Okay, let's spawn it. I have, yes, I have pets. If you look in the pets part of Discord, you can see them. Whatever, we'll leave that on the inside. Let's go ahead and start. Here, I could put up some emojis of the pets. Let's check this poll. I'm gonna end the poll. So, I wasn't paying attention. This is flying all over town here. Do I have enough electricity on? I should. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I have no yaw control again. Friggin' hell. I'm getting distracted by chat there for a second. Let me figure out what the hell I'm doing here. What is this? AP pass-through. Why are we having problems here with this? Prop control. Physics sensor got plugged in. Physics sensor is there. Yaw gyro goes there. This is a constant on. That should all work. What is this? Starboard port. Oh, the props themselves. Okay, starboard port prop. Okay. Why is this now having all sorts of problems here? Is everything merged? It is. Make sure I plugged everything in. This is when it becomes annoying, like converting stuff. Because it's like, you had it working, now I'm pulling it apart. I'm trying to figure, and I've got some Frankenstein stuff in there, like autopilot. I want to make sure this autopilot's not actively connected to anything. What is that? Linear speed. Make sure this autopilot's not actually doing anything, the old version of the autopilot. Okay. So let's see, what is wrong with this one? Why is it not working? Heading, altitude, P-roll, collective to gyro. Collective is up, down, that's correct. Roll to gyro is roll. Yaw is yaw. Yaw, let's see. Let's see where yaw is coming out to. Yaw is going out to a number of things. It's going out to my rudders, that's fine. And then it goes out to prop control, yaw gyro, that should be fine. Make sure this is connected to where it's supposed to be. Port, collective, starboard, collective. Why is my pitch on here is the question. I don't know what this is all about. Why do I have this connected there? That's a mystery to me, why I have these connected. I don't know. I did it for a reason, I can't remember. So it looks like fishing is what most people are thinking, which is what I'd be thinking as well. That's too bad, no computer. Let's see, what the hell is going on here? Why is my... Alright, let's start this and I'll pay attention, see what it's doing. So let's get it sit in the right seat first. Alright, before we start the engine, let's see what's going on here. Alright, I'm just seeing if there's any yaw inputs or anything. I don't think so. Alright, so my input works fine. The props are not responding to my input. So something is up where the autopilot panel is not passing my yaw information through. So that's fine. I have collective control. I have roll. I'm rolling fine. But I have no yaw control. So it's got to be something with the autopilot panel that is cutting it up. Yes, I would say, we'll see if it's this next one. I'm thinking it's going to be this next DLC. We'll know in 2 weeks if it's going to be fishing, and it makes a lot of sense with the way the game is. I think they're trying to add a bunch of industry, and I think that's important because, one of the complaints people have about the game is there is no career. And one of the best things with industrial gameplay is you make your own career. I spend more time in my career games making my own narrative, moving fuel, selling fuel. Okay, I need to move fuel. Like a couple episodes ago in the career build series, I moved 29,000 liters, which was pretty easy in an airplane, and sold it for 175,000 so that I could bring in Triton. And so that industrial gameplay allows me to really come up with really long-term goals and some really in-depth engineering to be able to make my own narrative where, even the most complicated missions in game you may not want to do. For example, I just got a mission that was really cool and I wanted to do it, but it was going to be really tough because somebody's trapped in a shark cage. So if I just happen to have I do have a submarine, but I would have had to launch Triton, which I don't have available to me yet, and my submarine, which works but isn't finished, to then go down and to rescue the person. Okay, so like that is a lot of work for a mission that just happened to pop up. But with industrial gameplay, I can say, okay, I really want to be able to do oil, so I need to build a rig, I need to do that, then I need a truck to be able to transport the oil, and I need X, and I need Y, and I need Z, and I need all these things to be able to make this work. And so I think them moving an industrial gameplay direction is positive. I think fishing goes right in with that. For example, they say, okay, here are the ways you can fish. You have I would say the easiest way would be with pots. So say they do fishing pots. Okay, so you have to build a boat. You have to, which a lot of people already know how to do. They have boats. They could retrofit. So it's not too big of an ask, but it gives those of us who want to start a new boat a lot of leeway and inspiration. And then you have to have a crane to be able to lift the pots on board. And then let's say, okay, you get your fish. They're in the pots. Now they're in the ship. You transfer the fish by hand, or not by hand, but like a big hint to me was the way they did coal and metals. So you have a hopper. When they go in the hopper, they disappear and they turn into a number. So you take a physicalized piece of ore and you put it in a hopper and it disappears and it shows you a number to represent what it was. I think the same would be with fish. Remember, they added physicalized fish a while ago. So they have physicalized fish, they added a bunch of animals, and those animals we can pick up and interact with our hands in certain cases, like the dogs. And so you put the pot in the water. After a certain amount of time, it fills with fish. You pull it out of the water. Now, if you do the dump mechanic on it, it would dump those fish out of the pot. Now they go from being a fake number into being a physicalized item. And they will dump into another hopper, which is in your hold of your ship. And let's say a couple spill off, like a couple coal might fall off. Well, you pick them up with your hand and you throw them in the hopper. All right, and so that's good interactive gameplay. And then you put your pots back in the water to soak again, right? So you put them in, you rebait them. So you bait the pot, and then you might have to drive somewhere to buy bait. That would be a really cool mechanic, right? Go somewhere, buy bait. Bring bait, put bait in pots. After a certain amount of time in a certain area, using the sonar, you find fish, and your pot's full of fish. You empty it on deck or into your hold. All right, then you reset your pots. So you put bait back in the pots, you put them back in the water, and now let's say you have to wait an hour for all these pots to fill up. Well, what do you go do? Well, your hold is full, so you travel over to the docks and you sell your hold worth of fish. So I think that would be really cool. That brings a lot of engineering into it. Let's say you can't sell. Let's say you sell your fish at Olsen Bay. That would be kind of cool, right? Olsen really doesn't have anything. It's a fishing village. You can sell at Olsen Bay, so you can pull your boat right up there, and you can use a crane with a hopper to unload the fish into the sell bin at Olsen. But for more money, you could take those fish, say, to the grocery store or something. So there's a town. Well, what's that mean? Okay, you have to bring your ship to a dock. Then you go and you take the fish and you put them in the back of a truck, which has a hopper. And then you have to drive. That would add a lot of complex gameplay where I can write my own stories. And that will give me a lot more gameplay than some mission that just pops up. And I think that's one of the reasons they go to these industrial gameplays a lot, is it really helps to be able to, really give some longevity to gameplay. Yeah, I'm annoyed with how they're, I'm annoyed with how they haven't gone back and fixed it, Industrial Frontier. You can tell they don't know anything about logistics, and if that's fine, that's not their job. But what they should do is say, okay, we don't know anything about logistics, so let's ask somebody who knows something about logistics how it's done, and let's then try to make it work better in the world, because we've asked a subject matter expert. So again, I'm not an expert in fishing by any stretch of the imagination, but I've been in logistics for 20 years, and so because of that, I have some understanding of this. So if they came to me and said, hey, how could we make Industrial Frontier better, I would say, okay, you've made it so that a big train update, I cannot take a train from the mine to the processing plant to the sell point. That's broken. You need to make it where I can take the train and I can head from Cobalt Mines, and I can, you know, you have to drive a truck and you have to fill it. That's fine. But we go to Cobalt, and then I want to go to the metal foundry, and I want to bottom dump like they do in real life the ore into a bottom dump receptacle, and then you don't dump it on the ground. You want to use, now you have empty trailers, right? So for every, it's a 10 to 1. So for every 10 units of ore, you get 1 ingot, which is fine. So what you do is you say, okay, I brought in a train full of 10,000 ore. That one car I brought in has 10,000 ore. I dumped that. Well, now that is an empty receptacle that I could then put ingots in. And so I'm going to now put in 1,000 ingots. Well, I shouldn't have to, you know, bring an extra train car with me to put under the receptacle. So when it dumps ingots randomly, it dumps it in my car. What it should be is have a button. And you shouldn't have to shunt and disconnect the train like they did. And so I went through a whole thing of it. But they didn't ask for people. So I wish they would ask some subject matter experts on how to do these things. But it doesn't seem to be their style, unfortunately. Thank you very much there, MCFS Gamer. I appreciate that. If the DLC is fishing, I really hope they add refrigeration off the fish. Yeah, that would be something I would really love to see. I would love to see, you know, refrigeration. And so I think that could be really cool. They could use, you know, I would love to see it go super complex where they use the new pressurization update and you have to take, you know, refrigerant and you have to pump it through the compressor. It doesn't need to be super complicated, but, you know, give me you take a tank, you pump it through a radiator, and it cools, you know. So we could keep the in-game radiators we have, right? And then we would need, like, take the heater and make the same heater block, make that the AC blower, right? And so you take the refrigerant. That's a new chemical that goes in one of the tanks. So you take a tank, you pump it through the radiator, that cools it down, and then it would blow through the fan, and that would cool the room, in this case the fish. And so you would have to have an AC block X number away from the hopper, and then if you want to do a refrigerated truck to get them to the grocery store. So Ark does an interesting mechanic like that. So say, for example, if I take raw fish and I put it on me, the player character, it might rot in 1 minute. If I put it on my dinosaur, it might rot in 10 minutes. If I put it in my preserving bin, it might rot in 7 days. And so they could do the same mechanic with this. If you have a boat and you pull fish out of the ocean, they may rot within an hour. And so if you take the fish and you put it on your boat, this would be good for people to be able to start out very basically. So you just get a boat, you go out and fish. So I can only fish for 15 minutes because it takes me 30 minutes to get to the dock and then another 10 minutes to sell. So I can only fish for 15 minutes because I have no refrigeration. Okay, I want to be able to stay out there longer. Okay, now I have refrigeration. So now I can stay out there longer and fill my boat. Okay, I come back, I dump at Olsen Bay. Olsen Bay doesn't have the best price for fish, the grocery store does. So guess what I do? I go ahead and I build a refrigerated truck. So I take my refrigerated boat, bring it to a dock, unload into my refrigerated truck, then drive my refrigerated truck to the grocery store, and now I have big profit. That is a stacked gameplay. That's how most industrial games do it. Bring A to B, or bring A to B, then C, or bring A to B to C to make D, you know, and that's kind of, it lets you get as involved as you want. You could sell just hot raw fish at Olsen for almost no money, or you could sell refrigerated, really good quality fish, you know, at the grocery store for more money. And all those steps are up to you. Do you want to, you know, if you have an hour to play today, you might not want to go into the depth of driving all the way to the grocery store and building a refrigerated truck. But if you have 10 hours to play today, you might say, okay, I want to build a fishing boat, and I want to build a refrigerated truck, and I want to go every step of the way I can. So, yeah. But that's something I would love to see, is refrigeration. Yep, exactly. Meat as well. Owl was talking about meat. You know, I think if they do some sort of animal husbandry, you know, that would be a great way for meat as well. You know, you bring, even if it was super basic, like there are some games that have super basic industrial gameplay that are a lot of fun. And so, like, for example, you go to a village. Let's say they did it super basic and they didn't go really in depth, and they just say, okay, you go to a farm, and the farm has cows in a paddock. And all you do is there's a tank, it fills with milk. Or there's a crate, and it fills with meat. You know, when the crate fills with meat, you take the meat. When the tank fills with milk, you fill your tanker with the milk. You know, that could be super simple. Or you say, okay, I actually have to physically load the cows, then I have to bring them to the slaughterhouse, and they go in the slaughterhouse, and then, like, 5 minutes later, crates of meat come out, you know, and then I have to take a refrigerated truck with the meat across to over to the grocery store. And then you could have some really cool in-depth benefits. Say, for example, up in the Arctic, you don't have to refrigerate anything. If you just put it in the back of a truck, it's fine because it's cold up there. So guess what? It now means that if you want to go fishing, and you want to go fishing really economically, you go up to the Arctic. You have to wear a winter coat, or you have to have a heater on your boat, but you can go and you don't have to worry about refrigeration anymore. And then if you're down in the arid biome, you really need to worry about refrigeration. You have to have really good refrigeration systems, or else the fish is going to rot in like 2 minutes. And so you need refrigeration units. There's no way in hell you're ever going to be able to transport meat. There's no way you're ever going to be able to transport fish without refrigeration in the arid biome. In the whatever you call it, Sawyer Islands, you can do both, but you really have to be fast, or else the meat's going to spoil, the fish is going to spoil. So that'd be really cool. Hunting would be cool. I'm not a big hunter, but I think it would be cool gameplay, and you know, I think it would be really cool if they could really vary it. For example, you hunt buffalo, you get meat, you want to do that, that's great. Let's say there are bear. You know, there's dangerous animals. We already know there's dangerous animals. They could have a mission where, say, we just got crocodiles. There's a crocodile terrorizing this village, Olsen Village. They don't have them at Olsen, but I don't know any of the southern villages on the water's name. But let's say there's a crocodile terrorizing JSI docks. So you take a new tranquilizer dart, or you take a rifle. You know, if you trank it, you can now transport it somewhere to, you know, to this place. They're going to take it at a zoo, and you get more money. So instead of getting $5,000, you get $10,000 if you transport it to this place. So now you tranquilize it, you bring it to this place, you get more money. It's a two-step process. Or if you kill the crocodile, you get half the money, you know. So that would be kind of a good tiered way. So you say, okay, I don't want to spend a lot of time in this. Gank the croc, get the money, see you later. Or you trank it, transport it, and get more money. So that would be another cool way to do it. All right, let's see what the hell screwed up here with my yaw. My yaw is all messed up. All right, here's my seat. Here's yaw right there. Okay. I have an idea why this is screwed up, but I'm not sure. Yaw multiplier. All right, this is probably it right here. All right, this I think is the issue right here. Let's try something. What is this doing? All right. Compass sensor there. This is regular yaw here. Clamping that, adding this. Let's try something here. So this is a yaw multiplier. I use this for my airplanes, and I don't need this in my helicopter. So let's try something here. That is, what are you? You are right there. You go there. Let's try this. Let's take that out and see if that fixes my problem. Because, again, I took this from, when you get over a certain speed, as I bank, I want it to auto-yaw to give me a coordinated turn. In a helicopter, that's not going to work. So, see if that fixes my yaw problem. Already looks better, but we'll see. Yep, that was the problem, I think. Because as it was rolling, it was trying to yaw me, which is fine in an airplane because you're already moving forward. In a helicopter, it doesn't work. So that was the problem. So I took that out. You know, that's, like I said, the issue of taking a VTOL planes controller and trying to just convert it to a helicopter. How's it going, Bubble Beaches? I'm just trying to not crash while I'm So if I put on the AP, it will turn on the auto hover on the gyro. So I don't have my correction in there, so there is a small correction. Somebody was asking about regular helicopters. So right now, you notice I'm doing a yaw turn here, right? So in real life, what you do is you trim it. So I'm going to trim, and I'm going to trim until the yaw stops. And so right there, you notice we started going backwards. So about there, so 0.21, all right? So that there gives me the trim. So if I look here on the seat, see it's 0.21. I already have that in. I took that out of that function block I just disconnected. So what you want to do is you go back in here, and then on your control here, where is it? Right here. So I have that in here. Not in here, but let's see. So we can get rid of a bunch of this stuff. I do need roll. Yeah, I need that roll tilt still. So what we'll do is I will redo this function here. I'll do a different function here. So it'll be x. So let's see, it's x plus y. I don't need the parentheses plus. And then we'll put in the correction factor. So I need to look, I already figured out the correction factor, so I'll show you in the other autopilot what it is, and I'll put it in here. And then what we'll do is we'll do a property number, and this will be z. So it'll be x plus y plus z. This will be the anti-torque correction. All right, so this will be anti-torque correction right here. And then this will be 3 goes into there, and then this goes into... So I already have a clamp in here, so what I can do is if I'm clamping, that's going to be y. So we do plus, let's see. And I'm just going to go like this here. All right, so now what that's doing is, so I have a clamp in here. I just clamped it in here, so that just makes it a little bit more compact. And then this is going to yaw to gyro there, and then I'm going to clean all this up so it doesn't look so crap. That can go, that can go, that can go. All right, so now this looks like this, so this is better. All right, so this is now set up. So again, you know, I had to change it because, you know, before it was an airplane VTOL. Now it is a, you know, it's a helicopter. So what was happening before is as I roll, you do this in real life when you're flying. As you roll, you need to add rudder, and that coordinates it. And so there's a turn coordinator that Basilicious made. It's pretty good. It's a little bit off, but it's not bad. And so you need to coordinate it with rudder. Twin engine, you don't need to do as much. And so what I do is I have it where as you tilt more, it's adding more rudder. And so I put a rudder tilt, rudder correction in there, so it auto coordinates me. Because with just trying to use the left-right keys, you know, I can't, like, it's easy for me to step on a rudder pedal in real life and hold it there where it needs to be. It's harder in game. I can't hold it progressively where it needs to be. So just being me tapping it. And so I have that automated system, and in a helicopter, I don't need or want that. So I took that out. That's why we're having issues there for a little while. And so then this here is going to put in that correction factor. So we'll update that. I already figured it out, but it's on the other autopilot. So let's see. Where is autopilot? Autopilot, autopilot. Where are you, autopilot? Right here, maybe? So there's the other autopilot. So if we look in here, I should have that anti-torque correction in there somewhere. So here's yaw. Where's yaw? Anti-torque right here. See anti-torque right there? Let's see. So I have negative 0.3, I think. I'm not going to use negative 0.3. I'm going to use the 0.21 was the number I just figured out. So let's try that, see how it works. So what we'll do here is on anti-torque correction, we'll try 0.21. And we'll see if that works. So this should sit straight when we get going here. I gotta stop doing that. That's gonna cause a problem. I was reading some chat. Let me put on AP. AP will help stabilize it while I'm watching chat. Yeah, that was something that Arma, you know, remember, Arma was built as a military sim, right? So Arma is a military sim, and the modding community turned Arma into an awesome life game. And that's why it's one of the reasons I'm a huge fan of modding, and why I'm glad that the devs are already talking about modding. See how it's not yawing itself anymore? So this is something a lot of new players have problems with. In real life, a helicopter will torque, and guess what? You step on the rudder. You do it yourself as a pilot, you know, and so that's to be expected. You know, in games, it does it automatically for you, and so, you know, it's natural to trim something. So you just want to come in here and trim it until it stops torquing, and then you put that in as a torque correction. Now, this one, the rotor RPS stays the same. I don't vary it. If you did vary it, it's going to be a little bit off, but you just have to trim a little bit. So you'd come in, you'd be like, okay, if I increase my RPS, I need to trim like 2 or 3 more. If I decrease my RPS, I need to trim the other way. It's really not that hard. And then because I've already pre-trimmed it, as you can see, it's sitting nicely. So that works really well. Let's try station keeping. So station keeping is all tuned up with Night Owl, so hopefully station keeping works well here now. So we do large keypad. Let's see, heading hold. Let's keep our current heading of, I don't know, let's do a 130. That faces us over there. All right, so let's do a heading hold. What's our current altitude? Okay, that's not working, so I need to fix some of these gauges. Aren't working right. I don't know why this isn't reading my numbers out. I need to check that. Let's see. Altitude hold, let's go 120 feet. Alright, I need to fix this panel. It should have station keeping on there. Well, let's go. Is that in? It is. Okay, nav, GPS, and this should station keep. So it's going to go over to that point, and I can read some chat while it's on there. Yeah, so talking about the, you know, the fruit. So I started talking about this. I'll try to finish my thought instead of going off on a tangent as I usually am to do. So Arma was a military sim, and the modders got a hold of it. And the modders built Arma Life mods. And what it was you could live like a normal life in this military sim. You know, is Arma Life really a normal life? But the cool things was, so for example, you would start the game out, and you had very little money, and you get money in your bank account every so often. Oh, you're going there, MCSFS Gamer. Thank you, appreciate for the super chat. Have a good day. We'll see you later. Thank you for being a subscriber as well. MCSFS Gamer is also a subscriber, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I did see that super chat. Yes, I thanked you back when I read your question, but thank you again for that. Let's see. I was trying to catch up with chat. Okay, so let me finish that thought there. You know, so they added the Arma mod, so you would start out with like very little money, say 800 bucks. And with 800 bucks, you could buy a four-wheeler and you could buy a backpack. How's it going, Citrus? And so you'd buy a backpack, you'd buy a four-wheeler, and you'd get on your four-wheeler and you'd go out to the orchards. And you'd stand next to a tree, and there was a little animation, and all you do is press X, and your hand would go out and it would go back in like you were grabbing something. That was it. And your inventory would start to fill with apples. And you take your apples out of your inventory, you put them in your backpack. And then you would drive your four-wheeler back to the grocery store, and you'd sell your apples. It was like you didn't see yourself pick an apple and put it in your hand. It was very basic, but it was a lot of fun. And then you could do things like mining, where you would go and you would just stand there and do the same grab animation in the mining area. And then you could take what was a IED truck and use that to auto mine. And so like that was a lot of fun. It was very basic. And so they could even do some basic things in game and make it a lot of fun. Like, again, you know, have an orchard and you go there and you like hand pick fruit, you know, and that's a little bit of a way to make money, you know. And that's the sort of thing that I think they can do in game that's just super simple and easy and fun, and they can add a bunch of that industry. But it gives you some stuff to do. And it's even better if they get into farming where, say, for example, like you have a fruit tree picker and it goes and IRL they shake the tree, but all you'd have to do is have a shaker, you know, have the implement that shakes the tree. It gets close to the tree, it makes a noise, it goes meh, and as long as it's within, you know, a meter of a fruit tree, it starts to collect fruit. And then you'd put it on a truck and sell it. So these things really add a lot of good gameplay. And I think, you know, industry is a much wider area than search and rescue. I'm all for search and rescue. I probably do more search and rescue than most. But for those who like try to gatekeep and say, oh, it's supposed to be a search and rescue game, I'm so let down that they added more stuff to it. They didn't take search and rescue away. They're just adding other stuff as well. And they need to do that to get more people. And it's like, I love doing the search and rescue gameplay, but every once in a while I need a break and I go do something else like oil or this or that. And it adds a lot of fun gameplay, and I would love to see farming. Farming, they could do so many cool things with farming. I did see that super chat there, MCFS Gamer. I think he's gone, but I'll send him a message later. But, yeah, I thanked him when he did that. I do appreciate you guys when you do that. Do the main rotors and forward propellers have a fixed ratio to each other? Main rotors are, they handle collective, and I believe at a certain speed they will zero out so that just the control surfaces. The rotors, these propellers, as you can see, have no pitch on them. As you see my throttle there, I can increase that. So say, for example, let's go like this. Let's take off, actually, I need to try this, so let's go up. Let's go to 250. We'll go up to 250. I want to see how this behaves. We actually need to figure this out. So let's go out to oil platform. And so now it's going to try to station keep it to the oil platform. You notice it's trying to go there, but it's pretty far away. So we're going to start adding in propeller. You'll notice the pitch increases, and there we go. Why it's turning the opposite direction, I do not know. So I have to look at that. That's interesting. It's interesting because the autopilot was working before. I have put a different autopilot in, so I need to see what this is doing. Why is this now misbehaving? What is this doing now? Okay, it's just flying like crap as it is. Let's see. I need to check out this new autopilot and see what's up with it. So let's see. I want a 360 heading. 360. Heading hold. Alright, so see, this is all screwed up. Alright, that's fine. That tells me what I need to work on. Oh, thank you, Danny, appreciate that. Thank you very much. Doesn't give me a thing to put a heart in there, but appreciate that, Danny. So I need to fix that. You know, so the more stuff that we can add, like industry gameplay, really diversifies gameplay. It's like, for example, I was really in a drought where I couldn't figure out anything I wanted to build. And I was like, what can I build? What can I build? And so it's like, if there was, even if, like you said, there's an apple picking component where you go manually pick an apple, but you can then put it in a little truck and drive it to the store. Okay, I'll build a little truck to carry apples, you know? And it might, like, I might only play a couple hours total of the apple picking thing, but it gave me something cool to build, you know? And it gave me some inspiration. And it's something simple and easy for them to add. Like, even if they added it where they put a special tree in game. Here, let's say this really quick, and then I need to work on this. Let's see. Elo, fast, AP. All right, so like, for example, they have these evergreens here. Let's say they add a new tree type, and you have to scour the world for an apple tree. And so it looks like an apple tree, right? Tall, kind of craggly looking. And you walk it through the forest, Hey, look, there's an apple tree. All right, so you'll walk up to the apple tree, and all I do is press X, or E, it would be E or Q in this game. E, okay, E, 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 and they could add a backpack. So you go in your inventory, you go in your inventory and there's a backpack slot now. And so as you pick the apples, you can, they'll go in your backpack. And as soon as your backpack's full, they go in your inventory slots. Okay, all my inventory slots are full of apples. Okay, I walk back to my little car, and I put those in the inventory of the car, just like I would an Arma. Okay, I go back, and then eventually I'm going to harvest this tree until it is gone. And they could do, like a lot of games do, they have 3 different variations of the tree. They have one that you can see all these little red fruit in the tree. And then 50%, the tree now has, it changes the way it looks to now have 50% of the fruit in the tree. And then if you take all the fruit, it's now empty. And so you can visually see it's empty, and you now have all your apples in your bag. All right, and so that was the only apple tree I saw. So I go over here, I get in my cart, and I drive wherever the store is to sell apples. And then after a certain amount of time, the tree regains apples. And you can even visually see it where, and they've already done this. They do this with coal. As you mine coal, the node gets smaller and smaller. It disappears, it reappears, it reflourishes with coal. So it wouldn't be that hard to do. And then it would be kind of cool if you could plant an apple tree. You know, maybe you go and you get an apple seed. I don't know if that's something they could do in game. And then maybe there's an apple orchard. And as you're flying, let's say you're flying around, right? You're just kind of going on a mission, and you say, oh, look, right here, there's a bunch of apples. Oh, apple trees. I can see them from the air. Okay, next time I want to, I'll come back here, and this is a good place to look for apples, you know? So that adds a little bit of something to do. Yeah, it looks like it's Ed. Yours doing well, too. It looks like citrus. I'm glad to see that. Thank you, Owl. Uh, Counter rotation. What do you mean? Anti-torque to govern the torque of it? I'll show you my controller on that. So you mean to account for yaw? Is that what you're talking about? So pretty simple here. I'll go into the controller. It's actually not that hard. Let's see. So if we go into the prop controller, so the prop controller is doing this work. And again, the reason I put a layer of this, why I don't put this in the autopilot, is I want to be able to put that same autopilot on something else. And so if we look here, I take the physics sensor and I read channel 11. 11 is angular rotation. And then I go the yaw from the gyro. And so the reason I do this is my seat goes to my autopilot, then it goes to the gyro, and then it goes out to the control surfaces. And so in this case, the yaw comes in here now. And so my yaw goes into the PID. It's now counting for angular rotation. My p-value in this case is 0.38. Again, you just have to test it. Can't use any magic numbers. Constant on. This one's a little bit more in depth. I'll talk about that. So if we go into this function, it's clamped. That is just so that it clamps this so that only a certain percentage can be used for the prop to actually go forward, right? Because I'm using those propellers to accelerate me forward, but I still want to be able to yaw when I'm going forward. And so if we look here, X is the throttle. So the throttle is limited to 75%. So I have my X, which is my throttle. The lowest amount is 0. I don't want my propeller going reverse because my throttle is just to go forward. I don't want to reverse with my throttle. So 0, and then the maximum is 0.75. That leaves me 0.25. So let's say I was at full throttle. I still have 0.25 that I can use to help yaw me. And then I'm adding a negative Z. So Z is the PID, and the only reason it's negative is you test it. You have it do the PID. Does it get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse? Yep, it's working backwards. Okay, then you do a negative, and you know, okay, it's negative. So I inverted it. So now that makes it so that yaw's in the correct direction. So it's adding my yaw control for the PID. All right, and then my X, what is this? Plus X times 0.055. I don't know what that is. Okay, that's a, this is actually, I'm doing a yaw correction. That is my torque correction there. So X times, what is that? Plus X times 0.55. Okay, so this is probably, I forget why I put that in there. I can't recall that. Why did I put that in there for? That's a very small number, 0.055. You know what it probably was is as I'm adding in, I think I know what that was. As I was adding in propeller, it was starting to torque me a little bit. And so doing that just counter the torque a little bit. But this is the main part you need, is you need to PID control it with a yaw gyro. You take your yaw from your gyro, and then you want to do your physics sensor or your angular speed, and then you run that through, and then you're going to add in your throttle, or your propeller, or whatever you want to go forward, and you just need to leave a little bit of space so that you can still yaw. But hopefully that's understandable and helpful. But that's how this one does it. What is it doing here? This sucker is rolling like crazy. So presently this is rolling like an airplane, and I don't want that. Let's check this autopilot out. This thing was flying well with the other autopilot. I could go back to this autopilot. Does it have station keeping on it? It does. This says station keeping on. I might use this autopilot. Because again, I'm trying to use a VTOL's autopilot for my helicopter, and I had a panel that worked. So I might go back to this autopilot, because the other autopilot is made for Night Owl and is tuned for Night Owl, and it's constant battle. Is it more work or less work for me to convert this or convert this one? So I have to convert one or the other. So let's play with this a little bit. AP panel pass-through bearing micro seat. All right. I'm going to have to add in my physics sensor in here. I'm going to play with this one. This autopilot was all set up, was working beautifully. So I might work with this one just because I don't want to have to redo everything. So it's a little bit of work, but it's not bad. Desired heading, compass right here. So compass is channel 17. 17, and this will go from here, and this will go up to there. All right, so that's going to be compass. And I can delete that one. I know that one. All right, that one will go, and then I'm going to add in... I have to redo this, but it's going to be worth it. This one is all set up for this helicopter. It's tuned. The only thing that's wrong is the numbers for station keeping are wrong, but I can fix that. All right, and let's see. And then that should be, where's my spawn area? I don't know where my spawn area is. There it is, right there. And so this will go in here. All right, so that's good. And then what else do I need to go? Angular speed. What is that? Angular speed. What? See, I'm double angular in speed here. That's interesting that I'm doing it double. I don't really want to be doing it double here. It's kind of a mess. Yeah, this is gross. Why am I doing this? There's a mess down here. What is this all about? I don't want this. This is a mess. Yeah, this can all go. So that's fine. This goes. Don't need that. All right. All right, that's anti-torque. So I did anti-torque somewhere else. That's all gone. It's nice when I can clean some stuff up. Roll p-value. So this shuts off, so when I go a certain speed, it will shut off the... it'll make it so that my rotor goes 0 and I use the control surfaces. So let's see. Linear speed here is a candidate for getting physics sensor. So linear speed's there. Okay. Physics sensor. All right, so that's going to be linear speed. I need to figure that out. I just figured it out, so I need to check this one here. Check it here and see what it looks like. Because that was just flying horrible, and I was going to have to try to deconstruct Night Owl's panel. This one was flying great. I just need to reconstruct that. So I think that's going to be quicker and easier. Sorry, altitude. That's altimeter. Altimeter is 2. Okay, that's good to know. Let's roll. I'm trying to find linear speed, which one it was. It was 9. I remember it now. It was channel 9. Because it was 789 when I did the test, so. So where we're at here. I saw it. There's 9. 9. Okay, that's gone. All right, let's just try running this now. I made a couple corrections. And then we'll see how it flies, because it was flying much better with this autopilot than with trying to put night owls in there. So let's do this. I have to kind of redo a bunch of stuff, but it's worth it, I think, in the end, to get it to just work right. This is going through a weird AP pass-through. I got to check on that. Okay. Physics sensor I plugged in. I think I did. No, I didn't. There it is right there. Physics sensor. What do you? That's fine. Okay, then I need to hook up all this stuff. So collective is going to go here. We'll see how this runs here. Linear speed, I don't need anymore. Roll. Yaw fin. Should be all the yaw right there. Pitch. Tough to see this panel where I'm at here. All right, so let's try this with the old autopilot. I need to do some more work on it here. I forgot. I need to hook up my monitor. I'm not gonna be able to control it. So this goes to. I put it up here or something. What's that? AP monitor touch. Yeah, so I need to do a bunch of work with this. This is kind of a pain. It's kind of a pain. But whatever. We'll see how this runs. If this runs better, I can finish this panel up. Just trying to see which panel is going to work best with this helicopter. It's not. I forgot to hook that up. All right, here. Gyro right there. What is this? Pitch fin. Yeah, it's fine. Kind of like a Night Owl's panel better, but I need to figure out why it's not running right, so. We'll see. I'll check in chat in a second. I'm just kind of on a roll getting this set up, so. Alright. Get this outside and let's do a couple tests. So the main thing is I need to see if it flies alright. I did use this autopilot in the career build series today, so let's do 200. Heading hold of 130. And then this one's a donkey. Yeah. We'll work with Night Owl's panel. It's just I have to fix some stuff. It's a mess because it's designed to be an airplane, so it tries to bank to do its turns, where this should still bank, but at a much smaller angle. So, unfortunately, I'm gonna work with this panel. It's just gonna be a pain to get it. I just deselected everything. I have to reselect everything, but whatever. I'm gonna make a final decision on that. This is the panel I'm gonna use. It's just I'll be going back and forth trying to get it right. Just take me a little while to get it fixed, so might switch to something else for a little while, take a break from this sucker. This one needs a lot of just panel work and stuff. I'll check chat in a second here. Yaw. Desired heading, that's all good. P-roll, okay. Gyros connected. Yeah, so there's so many better changes I made in this already that it's kind of like, you know, it's just gonna be tough to try to, you know, a lot of these changes were made for the better in this panel, so I'm just gonna have to kind of go with that. AP monitor touch, and then we're gonna go there. Okay. Alright, it's probably the touch was wrong too on there. Did I do touch both sides? I did. So I did touch both sides. So that was fine. Alright, so let's figure out what this is doing. So I need to give this proper test. Now let's hook back up to Night Owls. Get it started, and like you see, I was much more stable with that Night Owl panel because I already made the corrections. Alright, let me read some chat here. Alright, so let's go ahead. We'll enter in some factors here. I'm going to read some chat. It's nice when the autopilot's on. I can do that. Let's do 130. Alright, heading altitude. Alright, let's get on that. It seems like applying roll to the propellers didn't induce any rotation. Maybe I was dumb, made the cancel each other out. Not sure what you're talking about. Falling fruit dynamic? Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Put a shaker on the tree. You know, build a shaker, they drop. You could build like, kind of like coal, and then you could do like my scooper. That'd be kind of cool. Direction arrows on the props. Yeah, I'll show you those next time I go in there. Yeah, that's the kind of thing is like I'm going through here and my new stuff is so much better that like I'm looking at these panels and like to go back to that autopilot, I'd have to rip out half the autopilot. You know, the way it is now, it's pretty good. So, all right, so we have, we're on a, see this I need to fix. I don't know why it's reading southeast. I need to fix that. Altimeter's off too, so I can't check that. Let's put in, we'll do station keeping was working again, but we'll put it in there. And then station keeping's nav GPS. Alright, that's gonna go over there. That should be working fine. This is screwed up too, so a bunch of my stuff's screwed up. I need to fix it all. Yeah, a bunch of the stuff's screwed up. I need to fix a bunch. This is screwed up, this is screwed up, this is screwed up. That's all Basilicious stuff. I gotta look at what I screwed up to do it. Alright, good. So that is fine. Let's go ahead and we'll change our heading. Let's kind of go through a really, we'll do a test pilot-y thing here and get this in. I might just get rid of this primary flight display. I don't think I've ever hooked it up. I was using the on system. That requires a lot of space. I might just stick with these steam gauges. I prefer those kind of anyway. Alright, so 180 is good. Altitude holds fine. Let's go ahead and put in a waypoint. So we want to go kind of, let's go over here. Alright, and I want to go enter that in. It should try to station keep. There it is. Okay, so it's trying to go there. And then as I add in propeller, it should change to an airplane essentially. So it no longer should try to be a helicopter. It should change to an airplane. So it's rolling fine. It's just not adding the yaw I need. So let's see. If I add the yaw, will it turn? It will. All right, so I need to limit the roll. It can't roll this much, maybe like half this much. And then is it going to roll out? I don't think it is. There it is. It was just the extra yaw was making, so. All right, so I got to figure out why it wants to sit crooked like it does. The old autopilot was working fine, so I got to fix it. All right, that's fine. So yeah, definitely looking at your old models, it's just like, so for example, when I go over a certain speed, the rotor does nothing on Night Owl. The props, it switches over to the control surfaces. I kind of want the same here, so I need to see what I'm doing. So let's see. So let's just make an executive decision. I'm going to do this. Let's see, where are you at? Guy, this is the AP pass-through. Let's see what this is doing. All right, so this does AP monitor, touch, AP panel, gyro, pitch fin, bearing, pitch fin. Okay, that's gone. All right. AP, where's the autopilot panel? Right here, gone. Gonna make executive decisions. We're gonna get rid of a bunch of crap. All right, for now, these are gonna just be pink blocks so that my fuel tank works for testing. And then I will replace those with the actual panels later when we are there. And then this here all needs to be replaced where I had that. All right, good. So that will now work as a plane and as a helicopter. All right, so let's see what's going on here. So this here is the station keeping. Station keeping is working beautifully. That's good. All right, so this here is controlling my yaw and my roll. All right. So here's yaw. And that's just the same p-value there. So let's do yaw slash roll p-value. That's running the same number. That's fine. Let's actually go like that. All right, good. So what I do here is I read in which direction I want to go. What is this? Okay, that's fine. What is this number I'm running here? 0.1. I was running 0.1 to both of them, so that's roll. Let's just go 0.1. Do that. All right, good. So that is fine. All right, so then it brings my yaw over here. And I have an anti-torque correction in there. That's fine. And so that's fine there. So it's going to be, so 3 is my left-right. So that's my me physically moving left-right. So I'm adding my controls plus the clamp of the PID, which is Y. And I'm limiting the PID, which is I don't want to limit it that much. So let's go like this. And let's leave it to its own devices here. And so it'll be just do plus Y. So I'm not going to clamp that. I'll just change the p-value. And then Z is going to be my anti-torque correction. So that's in there. So that's better. My roll here is doing... What is this? Okay, so as I do that, what's this? All right, physics sensor, this needs to be fixed. It's not 1. So I need to find roll tilt. So let's save this. And let's load up my test rig again. So we'll load up my tilt sensor test rig. 0.08, negative 0.08. So it's X, and it needs to be inverted. Okay, X and inverted. X and inverted. I'll check those props for you in a second. I just remember, do you want to see those? X and inverted. So let's go to physics sensor. Just want to do this quickly before I forget what I'm doing. All right, so it'll be tilt X is 16. So it should be 16. That's why it's misbehaving. It should be 16. I just had yet to go back and fix it. So that's 16, negative 16. Okay, that would be why it was misbehaving, was I never fixed it. So 16 right there. That can go like that. All right, let's update this. I'll show you my props. Stalemate's been looking for the prop arrows. So I have down, in, down, 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 in. So that's the setup there. And I'm just checking the chat while I'm here. Oh, thank you, Mr. Corn. Glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, really glad you're enjoying it. It's done with the collective. Yep, done with collective. Yeah, it's a fun game. Should try playing. Yeah, it's kind of nice to watch it a little bit, and then you can you know, you can kind of get hyped for the game a little bit. That's kind of nice coming in hyped because, you know, it's going to be a frustration simulator to start with. And I think I try to lay out the career build series, especially Mr. Corn. If you watch the new player career build series, it kind of goes, you know, you definitely, a lot of people will try to get in there and they'll try to build something ultra complicated. And it's kind of new player career build series, I think, takes a little bit more of a realistic approach where you're like, okay, you're gonna have a little boat. It's gonna be ugly and white, and it's not gonna be painted. It's not gonna look good. It's not gonna have a lot of features. But you'll start doing some missions, and then you see what you need, and you fix it and upgrade it as you go. I think that's a little bit more realistic what you tend to do in game. I am hooking something up here for that. It can. It can roll it. You can do that. Let me see. I actually have them hooked up here. Pitch right here. So that is pitch. So I'm doing pitch as well to this. I don't know why I'm doing pitch. Let me see. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm doing that. I don't know why I'm doing that right now. But you can use other functions. You can do roll on there as well if you want. Like you could trying to think. You can do pitch. You can do pitch for yaw as well. So like you can pitch this down and you can pitch this one back and that will work as well. So, you know, there are multiple ways to do it. You know, at the end of the day, if it works, it works. That's why you'll be like, somebody will be like, why didn't you do it this way? And because this way works, you know, and that way works. And this is the one I chose to use, you know, so it's, if it works, it works. It doesn't have to be the same. It can, you know, if it works, man. That's kind of the thing is like people are like, oh, you know, you should have done it this way. That works. And it's like, yeah, this way works too, you know, so it's, you know, try it out. You can use the pitch on it. You can pitch this one down, pitch this one back, and it will do it. You know, I have the ability to do collective, and it keeps me a little bit flatter because it's only pulling forward or back. It's not trying to tilt it, which this can twist my plane a little bit, so that's why I'm just doing that. Yeah, but you could use the roller pitch on there. You know, roll isn't really going to work too well because you're pulling both in or out. You could do roll, but it would probably try to pull you forward a little bit, so you might get a less clean rotation. Yeah, it's definitely. I like Frantic's videos sometimes, but it's just some of the zaniness I'm not into either. It's just kind of, you know. So I do my own style, and you know they do their own. And sometimes I like to watch their stuff. Sometimes I like a little bit more relaxed myself. What's the logic behind the VTOL with separate heli/plane rotors? What do you mean? Yeah, this heli goes 273 knots, something like that. All right, so I'm going to try to keep working. I'll just catch up on chat there. Let's see. That's all hooked up now. Let's go take it for a test flight. I think I fixed enough to get it running. So, again, you know, trying to convert this from a VTOL, you know, I have to change it each time. So eventually when I'm kind of getting to the point where, you know, like I think I started with Katydid's panels for this, but Katydid doesn't have twin propellers. So it's like, no matter what, you're going to have to go in there and really tweak your stuff to get it to work with your particular application. Like you know, I always try to make something new and different. And that's kind of like, you know, I'll try to take Katydid's panel and just make it work. And, you know, often it won't because they're just so different. And it's like Night Owl. I can't plug Night Owl directly in. Okay, so see how that was quickly yawing me too much? Watch this. If I go 180, I bet it's too fast. See how fast it is? So that means too high of a p-value. See how it's oscillating? So that's too high of a p-value, so I need to decrease that. Let's go ahead. Let's go up to 300 feet. So it seems like my p-value and my yaw is too high now. All right, let's enter in the keypad. Let's go zing-zang. Alright, and that's going to try to station keep, and then I'm going to start going forward with my prop, and it will change it over to plane mode. Notice, see how that was oscillating for a second there? So it doesn't want to roll anymore, so I need it to roll, and it's not yawing to the heading. Oh, and take off heading hold. Holy moly. Alright, so see how wild it is? So that's working fine. It's just being a little wild. So that would be the p-value on the yaw too high. So I just need to decrease that. And I want to see how nuts this goes when it hits the waypoint. But we're going 259 knots here. We're not, yeah, we're at full throttle. See, I'm sitting a little crooked too. I'm not thrilled with it. I need to fix that at some point. So watch, see if it goes crazy. It's gonna try to orbit it, which is fine. It's not going terribly crazy. It's certainly over. Like, notice, see that ball? That ball should be right in the center. So I'm gonna press. You want to step on the ball, so you want to go toward the ball. It's just going nuts right now. Alright, good. So that is working, but needs some tuning. So what we'll do here is bring us back. I'm going to put a headset on the seat so it's not so loud. Generally, diesels, I don't do it, but it's kind of bugging me right now. Headset, there we go. Alright, let's go in here. And I want to add, let's see. P-roll right here. I want to find where P-roll is. Let's see. So I have something called P-roll. That's just an open node that I can use for tuning. And if I could find it, we'd be in great shape here. Where the hell are you, P-roll? Did I move it out like a good boy and put it somewhere I could find it? No, I did not. That's why I like to move my stuff from the spawn areas. It's tough to find stuff when it's like hidden. That's P-yaw. Let me double check it. It should be P-roll, and it should be right there. P-roll. P-roll. So let's delete it, and we'll add it. And now it's here. Alright, so it seems like my p-value for my yaw is way too high, 0.1. So let's update that. Let's grab a keypad. Stick you, where can I stick you? Right there is good. Alright, and so I had a 0.1, so I'm going to want to go lower than that. So let's start with a 0.1, 0.05, we'll go half. A little bit quieter with the headset on. Alright, and let's go altitude of 500 feet. I want to be able to play with this and not have it go in the drink, so 130 is good. Set in that keypad. Altitude hold, heading hold. Alright, let's play with this Y value now. So let's go a 180. So you see it's pretty fast, but it doesn't overshoot as bad as it did. Still too high. Split that again. Let's go heading hold of 270. Notice it doesn't oscillate back and forth when it gets there. Before it was going like to stabilize. Now it doesn't. Let's go to 360. And this one oscillates on north because it doesn't like the north. See how it's jittering on north? That's a north thing. Because it goes up to 360, then it goes to 0, so it gets confused. But this is working pretty well. So 0.25 is pretty good. That's what I had it on before, was 0.03, so that makes sense. That is working fine. Let's go nav GPS, heading hold. Go full prop. Much better. There we go. That's pretty good there. It's a little bit. It's quite a bit slower than it was, so I wonder what's causing that. Oh, you know what it is? It's the wheel. The wheel is. It's trying to turn the wheel. That's why we're going like 10 knots slower. Is I bet you that wheel's turning. Let's see if we can see the wheel turning in there. I can't. There, I gonna. Here. I'm not gonna be able to see it until I get in the body, but let's see. If this wheel's turning, I bet you that's what's causing it. So let's go. Yep, see? It's turning the wheel. So I just need to put a clutch on there, and that will stop the wheel from turning. It's trying to turn that wheel the whole time. And so it's that's what's causing the problem. One thing I might try to do is see if I can put a generator on there and use that as a rotor brake. See if this goes crazy. Nope, see it's much more normal now. It's pitching too much, so the p-value on the pitch is probably too high. You notice how it's bucking on the p-value on the pitch, so we can work on that. But that's pretty good. So that works. Nah. I'd rather do a stop rotor if I can do that. Thank you, Mr. Corn, for stopping in. Glad you're enjoying the series. Maybe you can get a PC that does not ignite. That would be fun. Yeah, it'd be fun for you to start playing. Let's see. Appreciate you joining us. Let's see. What do I need to do? So that's good. So that is set up for the yaw. So it's 0.25. If I can find it right here. So 0.025. Bingo. Nice. All right, let's fix roll. Roll screwy. Roll is too high at the moment, so you know, this is a lot of people are always looking for the shortcut of, hey, give me your numbers for, you know, your p-values, all this. That makes sense to a certain extent. You know, it's good to get within a certain range, but you're still going to have to really tune yourself. You can't just take somebody else's numbers and expect that you're going to get the same performance. You don't know what else I'm running this through. You don't know what my other, you know, how powerful the vehicle is. You don't know. You know, for example, this has two rotors turning it, you know, so a very high p-value might spin it wildly. You know, a very low p-value might, you know, be just fine. But you have something with a tiny, you know, just a tiny tail rotor, it's going to be, you know, different. If you have a tail rotor that's at a higher gear ratio, it's going to be different. So, you know, you kind of have to, you know, you can't get around testing. That snapped really fast. Did that? I don't know. So my roll is not in yet, so let's put that in. So let's, it was 0.1 before, it's probably going to be around where the other one is. All right, let's go nav GPS heading hold, and let's start putting in the props. The pitch, I need to work on. The pitch is gross right now. All right, so that's going. Roll's not terrible. Let's try to knock it down a little bit. Let's try 0.05 for that. Let's go. Let's get a roll in there, see what it does for us here. So it's kicking that rudder a little bit more than I'd like. So I can clamp that, but it's not terrible. So the roll's actually not too bad. Rudder could use a clamp, I think. Let's go. Let's clamp this rudder off a little bit. So right, where the hell are you there, guy? So right here is the, so we'll go back and put a clamp in there. I just had it too small, so. Let me see. We got the argument here. Yep, it is parentheses, okay. So clamp, Y, and then we want the lower limit. Let's go negative 0.5, and then let's go 0.5. That's probably still too high, but it's nice to have a little bit of clamp in there. So that's good. Now clamp it so that it can't. So for example, if I'm doing a big turn, let's say I'm going 180 and I want to go all the way to the north, at the 180-degree turn, it's going to try to slam the rudder in right away because it's a big turn. And clamping it, it will try to slam it all the way to 1, but it will only let it go to 0.5, so it will limit it from being too cray-cray. Right, and then the roll was fine. I like that number I put in for roll, so let's do that. That's fine. So do 0.05. Stick with that. And then pitch is ugly right now. And that's because it is on Night Owl, and Night Owl has its own pitch characteristics. And so, of course, it's not going to work perfectly well. All right, so here it is right here. So here's the pitch PID value right there. Now I'll go do a quick, try to get this pitch fixed on us. What I put in there? Let's see. I didn't see what the number was. Oh, it's point. Was it 0.03? 0.03. I think it was 0.03. Yeah, that wheel definitely takes much power off. So I'm going to try doing a generator, and that should be geared up. So what will happen is when I shut the rotors off, it's going to set that, it's going to turn the clutch on to 1 on the and then it will activate a generator. That will just give it resistance, hopefully enough to stop, and that will just give us a quick little juice of battery. So it'll actually give us some benefit. So when I shut it off, it will give us a little extra battery. It will top off the battery really quick, or just give us a little bit of juice. So, all right, let's move this here and see how it behaves. So let's set a waypoint. There we go, nice and smooth. A little bit of pitch wobble, but not bad. See, it's doing that oscillation. So let's knock that down to 0.001. I can't tell the altitude either, so that's not helpful. I don't know what that little kick is it does. Give me like a little kick or rudder or something. It's kind of gross. Alright, so let's change. Let's go ahead and just focus on this pitch really quick. So I'm just going to set a waypoint way out there. And let's change the altitude to 1,000. What are you doing, guy? What is it doing? It's climbing, it's just being iffy and weird. Yeah, I need to fix these gauges to make it work. Alright, let's go down to 500. Dude, it's being smooth right there on 0.1. That's okay, there's oscillation there. So it's oscillating. Is it using the rotors? It is. So see, it's using the rotors. I want it to shut the rotors off when it gets up to speed. That's probably what's causing a lot of my issues. Alright, good. So likely what I usually do is when it's in airplane mode, it doesn't need the rotors, it's using the control surfaces. So for example, let's see, where's my roll being commanded by? Am I doing elevons? I think I'm doing elevons. Yep, here is elevons. Elevons are ailerons and elevators, so they this does my roll. The issue is I need to shut off my rotors. My rotors should not be running when my rotors should not be running when I'm up to speed. So I need to put in a panel for that. All right, let's make a panel for that. And that's probably causing me problems is the rotors are trying to operate while I'm at speed when I should just be having the control surfaces doing it. So okay, so I need 3 and an input. 3 and an input plus. They have to come from there. That's gonna be an ugly panel, man. Whatever. It's got to be at least 6. 3 in, 3 out, and a linear speed. So there's 6. So it's gonna have to be that big probably. So all right. So that's so. So that is probably what's upsetting it is the control surface is trying to control and the rotors are acting the fool. So that will do that. I want to get these right. Which one's that? That one is going to be gyro pitch. Roll. And then this one's going to be collective. All right, and then I need physics sensor to come in. Actually, I want it at airspeed. Do I want it at airspeed? No, we want it at linear speed. All right, let's see. Collective. Of course, they're all screwed up here. All right, good. And so we're going to do a function here and an up-down counters. So this is kind of a way to, it's very on-off, and on-off is jerky. So what will happen is, like, say in my Hummingbird, once it gets over 60 miles an hour, the control surfaces start to work really well. Below that, the control surfaces don't really work well, so it's almost like an on-off switch. And so I don't want it like an on-off switch. What I want to do is as we speed, I always want the control surfaces to work. That's fine. But the issue is I want the rotor to slowly stop working as we go faster than 60 knots. And so it will slowly lose rotor control, and it will switch over to the control surfaces. So let's see. So what I want to do here is I need an up-down counter. And what we'll do here is do a reset value of 1. We'll do a 0.001. We'll enable this, and we will do minimum of 0, maximum of 1. And what's going to happen is if the linear speed is greater than, and then we're going to put in the property value here of rotor cut out. We'll put 70 knots, do 80 knots. 80 knots. So 80 knots, it's going to start to decrease this up-down counter. Okay. And we just do a knot. And the opposite condition, that will increase it. So if we're going slower than 80 knots, we're going to start at 1. So it's going to be whatever the gyro collector is multiplied by 1 is 1. So that will be perfectly fine. Then as we start to speed up and go over 80, it's going to slowly start to decrease this number down to 0. So when it's 0.5, if gyro collective is -1, it will be -0.5. So that will be half as effective as we speed up. Then eventually it will go down to 0, and it'll be, say, -0.5 times 0. Well, now this collective does nothing. The pitch of the aircraft does it all. So then I need to set up a function. So it's x times y. All right, good. So it's going to be x times y. Line these up so they work for us. There we go. All right, good. And then we can go all through these here. All right, beautiful. That's going to slowly just decrease our effectiveness. All right, nice. And that will slowly start to get rid of our rotor. So that would be rotor pitch, collective, and roll. All right. And then gyro collective. So it makes it so much easier doing good labeling. You'll find this, if you don't do good labeling, it's just going to be a nightmare. Especially, I haven't touched this build in a while. If you don't touch a build, you're going to really find that it's miserable to try to go back to it because you just don't know, why did I hook this up like this? And if it's labeled, at least you have some prayer of trying to understand why you did what you did. All right, pitch, roll, collective. All right, good. That's plugged, and then these need to go up there. Those are, and then this needs to go to the physics sensor. Okay, good. So let's see if that makes us operate a little smoother. So that should zero out these rotors when we get up to speed, because it's essentially in an airplane that rotor is just as a dummy at that point. Let's see. I need to fix this. I don't think we had a problem with the pitch. I think the pitch was fine. 0.03 looked like that was an okay number. So let's take this back down here where it's useful. All right, let's run with that. I think we're good. Let's go play with this, and because I have a suspicion that a lot of it was that rotor instability that was causing us problems. Okay. And I'm just going to put something over here. All right, let's head there. And so this should pitch more like an airplane. I just still don't have any altitude reading. I need to fix that. But we'll play with it a little bit. I'm having a roll issue here. It's wanting to roll me. Funky. It does that sometimes. I need to fix it. Alright, and let's see. So, what did I set in there? 500 feet. I have no way to tell right now. See if it pitches better. Nothing. Okay, that's not good. Why are you not pitching? Works. Just not doing it. Alright, let's see. I need to figure out what's up. Something's up. I'll see you later, stalemate. Good luck with that. Thank you. Alright, let's see what the hell's going on here. Something's up. Did I fix altitude? I may have screwed up altitude. Yeah, it was working. Okay, desired altitude is still fine. 2 is going to be the... 2 should be the y coordinate, which should be altitude. That's fine. Okay. I need to see why my gauges aren't running right. So I have a bunch of gauges, Basilius gauges that aren't working that I need to figure out what's up with. So airspeed indicator's fine. Artificial horizon is fine. Altimeter is not working right. All right, so physics sensor channel 2, that should be fine. Why is that not running? So read 2, physics sensor. Let's make sure it's plugged in. Yep, it's plugged in. So channel 2 should be the Y position. So let's make a quick test rig. Always the best way to do it. So let's just go. So that's reading 7. Yep, that's definitely the right node. As you can see, they're reading the right one. How's it going there, Deo Age 11? What's going on? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're learning some stuff. That's always cool. Yeah, I need to get into Lua a little bit more. I know some of it, but I'm not great with it, and so it's you know, I often ask myself, would I rather bang my head against the wall trying to learn this Lua, which I could learn probably pretty quick, or do I build something new? And so I have a project I want to work on in Lua for an Enunciator panel, so I'll probably get at that at some point. But that's definitely the right channel, channel 2. So let's save this as phys sensor alt test rig. So I don't know why Basilisc's gauge isn't running right. So let's load this up. See what's up with that. So let me see. Make sure everything's connected for this. Doesn't need monitor touch. Altitudes, plug to altitude. So there's altimeter. Okay, altimeter. And then it should be physics sensor on the other side. Physics sensor. Okay, that should be channel 2. So it should be reading composite input, read channel 2. I did delete some things, but they were not connected to anything, so I don't know why. Composite input, physics channel 2 goes in here. Reads out channel 1, goes into Lua script. Let's check the Lua script. All right, get number 1. Get number 1 is correct. It's gonna get number units. I wonder if it's because I deleted something in there. Let me check. That could be it. Let me check how he had it. Maybe he needed something that I deleted in there. I'll check his stuff and see what's up. Because he had a couple things that weren't connected, so I assumed they were superfluous and I got rid of them. But maybe I do need them actually. Now here's altimeter. So see, this isn't connected to anything. That's why I deleted it. So it should be able to be deleted. Number input. Read 1. Why the hell wouldn't that do it? It's reading the same number. See, that's what I don't get why that's not running. Yeah, I'm trying to see what the hell's up, why this isn't running right. So I wonder if this, can it read, is it able to read unit without it hooked up? That's what's weird to me. I don't think it can. Because it's called units. And if we look in here in the Lua script, it says units. So is that something needed, but it doesn't need to be plugged in? That would be very interesting if that's the case. So let's check it. So let's just stick that in here and see if it works. I can't imagine it does, but if that works, I'd be interested. It does. So those are important. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you, Rasmus. Yep. I appreciate that. At some point, I'll get into it. I need to try to get motivated to do it. You know, so I will reach out to you when it. Are you on the Discord, Rasmus? I'm gonna put that in video requests. I'll put a thing so. I put a note in there on my video request. So I'll try to figure a good time to do that, and I'll do that. But that's interesting, man. So did you know that, Rasmus? So apparently, if you put in, it doesn't physically need to be connected. So right here, it's calling on units. In the Lua script, there's no connection, and it's reading the units right here. That's interesting. It's like it's calling on that units here, and it's reading it, which is interesting. That is very interesting to me. Because I know there are a couple others. Was it artificial horizon, airspeed indicator, turn coordinator was fine. Heading indicator, I screwed up. So like for example, I got rid of this units here, and that screwed it up. But if you go in here, it reads the units even though it's not connected. So that's very interesting. I didn't know it would do that in Lua. It could read out. I thought it needed to be plugged in physically. So like I deleted that out thinking I didn't need it. I do need it. So let's see if it works now. That back in there. Yep. So that's pretty interesting. And the VSI is the last one I need to fix. So that is very interesting to me. I like that. Yep, like these two drop downs here, I screwed up. You know, so like I bet you it's reading needle stop here at some point. So let's check that. Right here, needle stop, get property needle stop. So it's reading the name of it. I thought it would have to be physically connected the way the game interacts with it, but it doesn't. Very interesting. Learning all sorts of things here. There we go. Good. So learn that. That's something new to learn. All right, so my gauges are working. Let's do a quick, I need to go do... Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? I couldn't imagine that. That's just interesting. I would think you'd need to connect it because I looked at that. I'm like, oh, I forgot to connect it. Maybe that was something from the old system. And I deleted it and then it wouldn't work. But now see, it's back. It works now because it's reading that. It's taking the units. So that's interesting. All right, let's, what are we doing here? 250. 130. Heading hold. Don't hit the ceiling, please. I have damage on. Should shut damage off so I can recover if it's doing that. But altitude hold. Let's go. Put in a GPS. And let's get out of here. It is flying pretty well. It's a little bit shakier than or a little bit more aggressive than I like, but you know, I can play with that. All right, so let's read our altitude. So we have 216, 250. So I'll put a correction angle in, correction in there. That's fine. Let's go up to 1,000 feet. Now the rotor, remember, the rotor should be shut off. That is not working for me. Why? It's not that. So that's interesting. So my altitude's not working at all now. It works with the rotor. It's not working with the pitch. So I need to figure out what's up with that, why that's not working. But that's interesting, man. Really interested about that, Lua, that it's doing that. All right, so what is going out? So all my pitch is going out to my pitch fins. Here's pitch gyro right here, okay. What are you reading down here? What are you? Okay, that is station keeping. So that station keeping is, what's that, Y? Station keeping is Y. Okay, why I have that in parentheses, probably because I multiplied it at some point. Let's get rid of that for now. It was working, so it should be fine, but we'll do that. X is going to be, that's the limiter there. Okay, that's fine. So let's see, what is up with this that this does not want to work? So collective gyro is fine. That's there. Okay, that's going to collective. I need to see pitch. So I'm setting the... Okay, I have no set point in here. That would be why. Somehow my set point got deleted. Oh, okay. I didn't plug it in. Okay, I know what happened. So my set point got deleted here. So right here, this one here. Desired altitude. No, that's my set point. It's in. Huh. What the hell, man? Why the hell is this not working now, you scum? I have to look at this, see what's up. Could be I clamped it too much. I'm gonna take out the clamp and see what I can do here. So let's go. Let's just clamp -1, +1, and I'll fix it later. Make sure I didn't over clamp it. There we go. All right, so this is plugged in. 0.03. What's turning it on? X and Y and Z. So X is 14 is autopilot, 9 is autopilot master. So 9 is X, Y, and Z. Y is 14. 14 is altitude hole. What the hell is Z? Z is not plugged in. That's why it's screwed up. Nope, Z is there. What's Z? Okay, vertical speed. Okay, if we're going faster than, okay, right here. This value right here needs to be plugged in. This one got deleted. I never fixed it. Nope, physics sensor 9. That's plugged in. What the Christ? Yeah. Why the hell isn't this working? X, Y, and Z. That should be fine. X, Y, and Z. So it's turning on. X, Y, and Z. Okay. That's fine. If it's greater than this, it should turn on that. All right, that's fine. So let's see why it's not working. All right, let's try it, see what it does. Let's do something really quick. So we can do this as a test. Let's test it so I don't have to fire it up. So it should turn that on if I have autopilot master on, altitude hold, and our speed is greater than, in this case, 45. What I'll do is I'll disconnect that if the speed is greater than 0. So let's go back in there. I'll just disconnect something else too. So let's just, I shouldn't have done that. Let's go like this. And then what I'll do is I'll just do a constant on. There we go. That's going to be easier to do this. And then this one will go here. Okay. And so that will be for the test. And that way I can do it in the hangar. I can make sure the control surfaces are working properly in the hangar. I don't have to actually take off. All right, so let's go ahead and we want to put an altitude hold of 1,000 feet. I want to do autopilot altitude hold. And so we should be getting, rotor will go as well. You see rotor's doing collective, that's fine. Okay, this is working now. So that should be pitching my tail down, nose up, that works, okay. That should work. Come on, get out of there, you devil. So the new thing, I bet I screwed it up with the new part. That was probably screwed up with that new thing I added. So this is probably screwed up. Did I merge it? I did. Okay. No, that wouldn't do it. All right. Let's go give it a test and see if my altitude. So the rotor should be doing nothing. It should be all fins at this point. All right. Go out. All right. Let's go 250. Start accelerating. All right, so are we at 250? We are at 250. All right, so it's holding 250. Let's go up to 1,000. Yep, so it's working now. So something was bunged up with that. There we go. It's working. Might be a little bit aggressive, but yeah, it's definitely a little bit aggressive. Let's go down and let's do a scary number, like 50 feet. The reason it's a scary number is it's going to try to descend us down to 50 feet. And if it doesn't correct fast enough, it'll, at that low of an altitude, splash the water. How's it going, Kevin? Yeah, you see my descent rate's much slower. Because of the control surfaces, they have inherent lift. See, this is scary altitude. See? See how close it got? It went 40 under. And so that would have been a splash, but you can see that's fine. It has a little bit, see how it's cockeyed a little bit? I have to fix that, so that's something I can add in there. Fix that later, so I won't do it with trim, but what I'll do is I will, that's something that happens with helicopters, is they want to roll like this on you. So I should be able to fix that with my roll setting, with my autopilot, but... All right, so this works now really well. Look at how fast this thing is. This thing's nuts fast, dude. This is super fast. All right, good. So let's pull this back in the workbench. So make good progress on this. This is really going well. You know, a bunch of hiccups here and there, but it's working pretty well now. So let's go, and I want to change out this tire. Let's try a rotor brake here. This tire is just cumbersome and problematic. Let's go... All right, and where's my compass plugging into? Is this actually doing anything right now? It is not. Okay, good. So that can go. See ya. What are you doing there, guy? What are you up to? Nothing. Good. See ya. Physics sensor, you are the best. All this stuff gets to go because of that physics sensor. Such a good block. What are you? You doing anything? Tilt sensor, you can go too. Beautiful. All that stuff gets to go because of the physics sensor, so that's great. That's my fuel tank, so I need that. All right, so let's try to do, so let's do a rotor brake. So this is the, I'll kind of show you guys how the engine works here. So we have the gearbox coming out, or the clutch coming out, goes into a gearbox. That is multiplying it up. What are you multiplying it up to here, guy? 3-1. So that's 3-1. And then it goes up, and it goes toward the rotor. So this is the rotor clutch right here for starting. So that's the rotor clutch right here. All right. And so this is geared, so the rotor's 3-1. The the side propellers are geared much higher. So they are geared to 6-1. So 3 comes through, makes it 6-1. So that allows me to run those propellers at a different rate than the rotor. Like so. Same thing you can do with the tail rotor. And so what I want to do is I want to go the most extreme here for this, trying to think how to do. I think the best way to put this. Because this is going to de-clutch at some point. What's the clutch condition on this? I got to find out. Engine panel 1, clutch. Okay. What is it called? Let me see. Rotor clutch. Okay, rotor clutch. So let's see what the condition is for the rotor clutch to engage. Probably just the RPS limit here. I don't know what this is all about. Air and fuel, something there. Where are you at, rotor clutch? Rotor clutch, where you at, guy? Clutch, where's rotor clutch? Rotor clutch, where the hell are you there, guy? The hell is it? Why can I not find it? I usually do a pretty good job of making them so I can see them too. So it's a green, it's got to be right here. Okay. So if it's greater than 5 RPS, it starts to input the clutch. All right, good. And so what we'll do is this. Where is that? So right here, 11 is the turns the pit on. So what we'll do here is right here, beautiful, I have a node. So we'll go like this. This will be a number output. This will be rotor brake. All right, rotor brake. Let's see how this works. I don't know if this is going to work all that well. Where is it? Up here. Okay, we'll do rotor brake right here. And so what will happen is do an up-down counter. Do the same one as here is fine. What's this on? Point. That's fine. Okay. So start point at 0, clamp enabled. Okay, 0, 1, max, perfect. So this will reset at 11. Okay, this will reset at 11. And then if 11 is not on, i.e. we shut the engine off. So if I shut the engine off, it's going to increase and it's going to cause the rotor brake to come on. Trying to see what's up. All right. All right, so what we'll do here is we'll come in on this side, and I want it to be the highest gear ratio. Actually, do I? Yeah, I do want it to be the highest gear ratio. So that'll be 6, so put it right here. Actually, it will fit right here beautifully. So let's do right here. So let's go, what do I need? 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3 maybe? I do. So here, let's grab a generator. The higher the gear ratio, the quicker it will slow us down. So then I want to do a clutch. And then I want to cut in here because this is already geared up to a 6 to 1. So that would be the biggest gear ratio. All right, so what this is going to do is when I shut the engine off, it's going to increase this clutch value. And it's going to essentially try to turn the generator at a 6 to 1. And that is a lot of resistance. And so that's going to act as a brake. And the byproduct is going to be electricity, which will give us a little boost to the battery. So when we shut off, it will just give us a little boost to the battery. So just a little bit of a present there. So what we'll do is we'll start it up and then I'll shut it off and we'll see if that, you know, I can't tell if the battery juicing, but. All right, so what I want to do here is shut it off. And that should be... I had this issue last when I was running... when I was doing Career Build Series, I couldn't get the engine to shut off. So let me check, see what's up with that. Okay, I need to check my panels here. I'll check chat in a second. I want to check chat in a little bit. So what are these? These are going to be 11 and 12. All right, fuel valve is what I'm supposed to be using. I'm using the wrong number. I'm using engine start. It's supposed to be fuel valve. This should be a push button. This should be 12. Okay, that'll be why that's causing problems. So this should be 12. So 12. All right, that should be 12 there. Yep. And then what do we have? If it's less than 3 and starter. So this will be 11. 11. Good. And then I want to change this to push. Did I do that already? Push. So now I have to hold my starters. So I need fuel valve on. Now I can let go of it. We're up and running. I'm going to start that music up again. The other music I was using is like a 4-hour. This one's only like an hour. Alright, so now I want to shut down. So I shut off the fuel valve. That should shut the PIDs off. So it still appears not to be shutting the engine off. So let's see why. Thumbs up, this isn't working right. Do I have an RPS gauge in here? I do. Okay, it's slowing down. It's just taking a while. Here we go. It's just taking a while to shut down. Alright, so see how it's slowing down really fast now? That's because of that generator. The generator is now engaged at a 6-to-1 ratio. So it's acting like a brake. But see, the problem is, you know why the rotor's freewheeling? The rotor is freewheeling because... Alright, the rotor is freewheeling because the clutch is disconnecting the rotor, which is fine because you don't want to... If you try to start the engine with the rotor on, it's going to... you have to move the rotor to get it going. The reason I can start my engine so quick is there's nothing attached to it, really. And so what we want to do here is rotor clutch needs to change logic a little bit. So what the hell is rotor clutch? Rotor clutch is right here. Okay. So let's see. So we want to do... Turn the music down just a hair. I said hi to Kevin, didn't I? Fast and not facing the ground. Yeah, just do a backwards... Slam it backwards. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to... Breaks my mind. I'm like, oh my god, that would cause the clutch to be destroyed, but of course it wouldn't. Doesn't in game. That's working fine. This is the issue. I'll show you the issue. So what happens is this clutch here, so it clutches the rotor in, but the issue is this disconnects the rotor from the brake now. So the brake is no longer working. So what I need to do is... this is what I'll do. Oh, okay, that's fine. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put in a condition so that... so what we'll do is... This will be at... so this is actually probably pretty easy to do here. What we'll do is if the start condition is met, it will zero out the rotor brake or the rotor clutch, and then it will increase. So what will happen is This will stay at 1 when I shut down. When I go to do the starter, it will 0 the clutch. So the clutch will disengage on start. That will fix it. So pretty simple, I think. So let's do that. And so when I go to start, so this clutch is probably at 100% now. Let's actually, I want to do a couple dials here. So let's do dials. So what we'll do is we'll read the rotor clutch. And that should be now at... Rotor clutch should now be a 1 when we go to start. And what that will do is when I'm not pressing the starter, the rotor will be at 0. Or the rotor will be at 1 when I'm not pressing... Is that right? Let me check. It has to be a reset value of 1 if that's the case. Nope. Reset value of 0. Okay, so what's going to happen is it's going to start at 0. When I press the starter button, it will make it go to 0. That's not what I want then. So what I want is, I want 0 on start. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. So it's going to start at 0 when I spawn it. Then what's going to happen is I'm going to start it. As soon as the RPS gets over 5, it's going to count up to 1, and it's going to engage. Then when I shut down, it's going to stay at 1, which is going to cause the rotor break. Then when I go to start it again, I'm going to press start, and it's going to 0 it again. So that will work fine. So that is connected. And then I want another one. I just want to kind of get a quick notion of these SWATs because I have so much stuff that's not hooked up to electricity now. I don't want to have to go hook up a bunch of electricity. So I just want to read this out. Then eventually I'll fix all the electrical. But the benefit of a brake system like this is, one, it's still more compact than a wheel. It's 1x3. And this will actually give us a quick boost of electricity as we shut down our engine. It'll act like regenerative braking almost. And at the 6-to-1 ratio, it should be... These should be flipped. Alright, so we're up and running. Alright, and so this SWATS is reading 0, which means the generator is not going. Now I'm going to shut down. And see, there goes the generator. So the generator is engaged. And now the rotor should... See the rotor slowing down already? Because now that clutch on the rotor is still engaged. So as you can see, it's still engaged. So there we go. So that's shutting it down faster now. And it is, you know, as you can see, it's still producing electricity. So that's going to give us, not that I care about the electricity too much, but it's kind of a bonus byproduct. It's like my car is regenerative braking. You go down a hill, take your foot off the accelerator, it regenerates, you're getting that electricity back. You know, and this will just, it's better than a brake on a wheel. It takes up less space, and we actually get a little bit of value of a little boost of electricity when we're shutting down. And often, I'll shut down the engine to go to a rescue, and I'll leave one battery on. And so giving us that little bit of extra juice will, you know, instead of wasting the energy of the rotors rotating, and that will stop it. So that's actually kind of an ingenious system. And then it, as you see, it's at a 1 when I hit the starter. That should go to 0. So where are we at here? Fuel valve, starter. That goes to 0. It's disconnected again. As soon as I let go of the starter, it will be able to count up. And then we'll shut it down again. And that will now engage that rotor brake again. There we go. We get a little bit of juice out of it. Oh, you gonna play some Tarkov Citrus? Sounds like fun. I played a little this morning. Did I survive? Yeah, I survived. It was, I have way too much gear. I need to get rid of some gear. Got tons of gear. I got a bunch of insurance return. I gotta sell a bunch of stuff. But this works well, so as you can see, we get a little bit of electricity. It's not a ton, but I don't really need it or care to be. If I put a gearbox on there, like even more, we would slow the rotors down faster. I just want them to stop because that main rotor was it was spinning forever when I was doing the game. Now you just see, and they have resistance with that generator. So right now we're making electricity as they slow down. So it's just a little bonus. But yeah, have fun with Tarkov. You have to let me know how it is. Yeah, you have the standard edition, right? Yeah. So Citrus, you got that picture I sent you yesterday of what you want to keep for your hideout. So go in your hideout and upgrade whatever you can in your hideout, and then sell what you don't need. You know, there are things in your hideout you're gonna want, like you're gonna need 2 relays for the. You need it for food? I can't remember, but and then once you've used those, you can sell them. Try to sell them to Therapist is the most money. Skier, you're gonna be able to level up to Skier pretty soon. So you want to start spending money with Skier. So if you buy or sell to the traders, that counts as money earned. You don't have to worry about Therapist. She's gonna be at like 200 million by the end of wipe. You want to start sell weapons parts to Skier, sell some knives and stuff to Jaeger. You know, but go ahead and sell that stuff. If your stuff is clapped, say you have an armor and it doesn't, you know, you picked up an armor and it doesn't have much health left on it, if you can't sell it to Ragman, sell Ragman armor, and then you can sell it to Fence. But Fence is going to give you the least amount of money, but he can buy things that are broken, so. All right, good. So this is working well, this helicopter now. All right, good. So let's, I think we're set here on this. So let's see what my space is here. So we have 3 by, what's that, 6, 3 by 6. What are you there, panel? 3 by whatever you are. So you're coming in. Yeah, let's see. Is the top of that painted? I don't know. So, there we go. Go up there. There we go. Paint you. I didn't mean to do that. That's actually alright because that's the only color of that type I have. And so the pinks are just telling me where I need to delete. So what is that? That is a... This one's the one I'm looking for here. That is a 2 by 3. What are you? 2 by 3? Look at that. Beautiful. Is it a 3? It's a 4. Crap. That's a 4. Crap. What are you then? 2 by 2 there. It's not the end of the world. I can find space for this, but kind of wanted to stick it there. Is that a 2 by 3? Do I have a 2 by 3 hanging around here somewhere? Is that a 4? Can I make this a 4 by 1? I don't know. Let me look. Should be able to make this a 4 by 1, I think. Yeah. I have to fix one of the doors, but it's not the end of the world. I just screwed something up there. I couldn't do that. There we go. Grab it. Get it out of here. Might switch to Tarkov at some point myself. Played some this morning. It was fun. Cut you. But so we made some good progress here. So I have the ability to do rescues now, which I didn't before. Because well, I could do rescues, but I couldn't do it with the harnesses. So now I can do that. All right, what do I need for this? This is a 4 by 2, so probably can't fit in there anyway. But I just want to get that out of there. 4 by 2. And then if I do that, I could probably, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 4. I need all of that space. I need to shift this. So, okay, that will fit there. Let's do this. Cut you and bring you out. That was stupid of me. Here, let's do this. Nope, that was fine what I just did. Okay. Square this up. I'm gonna have to reconnect all these, but it's not the end of the world. Port. What do you roll gyro? Ooh, that I need to fix. That's why we're having roll problems right there. All right, so I need to fix pitch and roll gyro. That's all screwed up. Okay. Pitch gyro and roll gyro. I need a. So this can actually be shrunk even more now. See, this is like the benefit of that physics sensor. These two here were 2 individual nodes. They're now going down to 1. So this is going to get shrunk. Let's see. Pitch gyro. Let's do composite input. Physics sensor. All right, let's see. All right, so it's just the X node. Okay, X node. So this can be. I'm gonna make this. Okay, so pitch roll. Doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter at all. Nope, that's gyro. What am I doing to myself here? I screwed this all up here. I screwed a bunch of stuff up here. Thank you, Blaze Beat. I appreciate that. Blaze Beat is now part of Captain's crew. Appreciate that a lot. I'm just checking back at the chat here, see what I'm missing. Yeah, just do it like a backwards on the gearbox. This is kind of elegant just because it gives me a little juice, but you know, it's definitely that's a nice way to do it as well. All right. So I misread those. I thought it was the tilts. It's not the tilts. It's the actual pitches here. There we go. Brain's getting mushed. All right, let's hook these back up the way they need to go. Port, and this should be roll gyro. All right, good. And so now this is a 4-banger, and this can go in. So I'm just consolidating panels here, trying to get these put away, and that's gonna be good times here. Is this thing is now pretty ready to do some work. You know, Night Owl is still my preferred method, but it's kind of nice getting this out there too. I can run with this. What's that? 4x2 should fit this now. So 4x2 fits this. I want to get rid of the smoke too. It has cats on there, but it's not enough, so I might just do smoke deletion. You know, I make the attempt. If I can get it to work with cats, I work with cats. If I can't, I just go ahead and do deletion. Because I tried, you know, here's cats. I'm trying to do it the right way, but it just doesn't want to do it, so. All right, and then I have a 2x3 there, so the winch controller can go in there. Oh, come on, flicky camera. So this winch controller can go in there, and then the pink blocks, I'll just leave them pink. That's a good way to, any like bright block. The other nice thing is you can color swap those, so, you know, it tells me if it's pink, it's kind of my way to tell me, hey, this needs to be deleted at some point, so. Kind of a quick reminder that this isn't meant to be here, so. All right, let's go do a quick winch test, and I think we'll put this to bed for a little while. But this this turned out really well. This was working pretty well here. Let's do a quick little test. I'm glad the rotor brake's working. Oh, excuse me on that one. So we'll do a quick little station keeping, like a simulated rescue. Make sure that all that works properly. I want to put on a ground idle. So what I usually do with a ground idle is I change my idle setting, and that's really a very small number. And essentially what that's doing is it's making it so the aircraft can't take off because it doesn't have enough torque, you know, or RPS, let's say. And so That way, if you wanted to keep it on the ground, you just put it in that, and it runs super efficient, doesn't burn a lot of fuel, and it's just a way to sit there. What's our current heading? 093. So see this bouncing here? That tells me that the p-value on my collective is likely too high. So what's my heading? All right. So what we're gonna do is where's the? Let's do a simulated rescue here to kind of make sure station keeping is good. It should be fine. But let's go put that in. Nav GPS. Heading hold should be taking precedence there. Oh, no, it's fine. That's working. Okay, so see we're losing altitude. That's something I have to be concerned about. So it's pitching. See how aggressive it's pitching? I need to decrease that so it's not so aggressive. Alright, I just want to test. I'm mainly testing the winches. I can test that later. So what we want to do here is, because I need to spawn that with the hatch closed, we'll open the hatch manually. Oh, that's not working. That's not working there. Okay. I think I'll test it in the workbench before I check it out here and realize it's not working. But thank you again, Blizzard, Blaze Beat. Okay, yeah. I just saw Citrus's message. I'll send him I'm sending the wiki for Tarkov. There's a good infographic, and it shows you what you need for your hideout, because there are certain things for quests and your hideout that you need, and so that way, you know, you want to keep certain things because you'll get stalled out if you don't have those certain things. And so it's kind of important to have those things. And so you just look at the infographic, and if it's on the chart, you know, okay, I need to keep this. And then if it's not on the chart, you can just get rid of it, you know. I think I sent you the... That one is the chart for what you need for quests. Those are quest items you need. And then one of them here is... that's quest... Nope, that's quest items. That's quest items there, okay. That's collector quest items. I don't want that. That's not what I want. Yeah, so I just look at that. You know, there are certain things you need for your hideout. Look up hideout in the wiki, and you should be able to find... Let me see if I can find it for you. It will show what you need to keep. As the way Tarkov works, for those who don't know, is if you buy the up-spec game, you know, it... here, I'll send you this one here as well, Citrus. The... you know, you get a bigger stash, or you can upgrade it in-game. So it's some of those who've supported the game more financially, you know, get a little bit of a perk. Because especially I've played like 6,000 hours in Tarkov. I'd rather not have to do some of that stuff over again. Alright, so this is working well. Let's check this harness here. So why are you not working, guy? Let's check the connections here. Merge, that's merged. Okay, that is fine. Okay, I probably know why. Let's go... So this should go from harness to here, and then this is not talking, probably. Nope, this is talking. Okay, that goes down here. Nope, it's... is that the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. It's coming from here down to the panel. The panel is then going up to the control harness. Okay, you merged. I think it's merged. It's merged. Okay, so why is that not working? Check this harness. Make sure this harness is configured. Winch is up. Yep. Alright. Hatch is 6. Yep, all that should work. So let's see what's up with this. Okay, I don't think I hooked the hatch up. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe I didn't hook the hatch up. That's it. I didn't hook the hatch up. Okay. Just a hatch problem. There we go, electric hatch. So like what you do here is that spawns underneath there because you can't put it in with all the seats. They interact. So what you do is you can open the door, and then I can also lay in the harness. And so you would, before you take off, you just go like this. and then you can close the harness, or the hatch rather, and then you can sit in this harness, press 6, and then you can go, what is it, down? What is it? Why can't I go down here? There we go, okay. And then you go down, and then this will bring us back up, theoretically, eventually. Can't remember which way's up and which way's down. That's got to be down. Yep, that's going up. Okay. And then it brings up. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I had enough space. So I have enough space. I was afraid this wasn't pulling me up enough, and this might have to go up more. Which isn't the end of the world, but it seems to be working, so let's go give it a quick test run. Alright, so we're up and running here. Let's put on this before I crash into something. Let's do heading hold at 130. Probably should have fixed the, what do you call it? Station keeping value as well as add it, but it's not a big deal. I can just change whatever KDs are. I think those are fine. Let's do 100. Good. Alright, let's go outside. But this shaped up pretty well, this helicopter, so this should be good for missions. Still prefer the Night Owl, but kind of nice to be able to use this as well. Alright, good. So now we're going over there to the reason why we lose altitude is it's over pitching, so. Alright, good. So now we're over the spot. Okay. I want to jump into this harness. Press 6. And 2. Alright, good. So as long as we're falling through, we're good. And then both of these go down. There's a little something wrong with... See, it's not perfectly over the point. I need to fix that. I made that error before. I need to fix it. The cables are being weird. Notice, like, the harnesses are sitting stationary, but the cables are on the wiggle. That's weird. So I go down with both of them to do a rescue. The aircraft the collective value is too high. You can see it jittering, so I need to fix that too. P-value there needs to be tuned. Alright, then we stop. Okay, go do a rescue. Put the person in here, grab ours, and then go. 1 is up. I keep forgetting 1 is up. So, pretty simple system, but it works well to be able to do rescues here, and, you know. Yeah, you can see the collective and the rotor. See the rotor's going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. That's just too high of a p-value, so just need to go and tune that at some point. Alright, we're getting up there. I think I'll probably take a little break after this. This has been fun. I've been enjoying the stream. Hope you guys have been enjoying yourselves here and find this helpful. Some of this stuff, I know some of the guys had some questions about some of this helicopter stuff. So see how my legs are sticking through? So that was one concern I had. Now I need to be able to jump out and see, as long as I get inside, I'm fine. So I'm inside, that's fine. So like Katie did, the winch is higher. This is a little bit more compact in here, but is the wind on something? No, no wind. It's just jittery because you notice the p-value is too high. All right, nice. So I made some good progress with this helicopter. You know, it's kind of frustrating me that, well, let's do one thing before I get off. In the, you know, I always talk about how, you know, the way you learn what you build really needs is by going and putting in a career game. And so I played in the career build series that came out today. I use this helicopter. And so there was a bunch of stuff that just is not finished in this, and so you know that was so I wanted to get in this and work on this. So let's go. What do I want to do here? Grab you. So I need to put in a cooling system. There's no cooling system in this at all. It actually takes quite a while for it to heat up, but it will overheat, so I don't want it to overheat. I don't like having to have overheating off in the career build series. That's try to do that as realistic as I can. You know, sometimes I can't, but so we need to put a cooling system in here. So it's going to be in the back there, like right back here. And so let's see, what do I want? It shouldn't need a ton of cooling, but a 3x3 electric should be fine. Let's see. I would love to put this in here. Maybe I can get these in here. So let's try it. Let's see, where are you at there, guy? No, I'm not gonna be able to put it there. Let me see. Let's cut a little bit and see where we can get. I want to put that up beige. There we go. So I'll be right here. I might be able to get it in there. Let's see. This would be ultimately convenient if I could do this. What are you? You are spawners, okay. What is that? That's nothing. I'm gonna have to move a bunch of stuff if I do this, but it could be kind of cool, so. Alright, let's give it a look, see what I can do here. Alright, let's try to move a bunch of stuff here. Because I might be able to make this kind of look realistic. It's going to be too tight to put it there anyway. It's going to be too tight to put it there anyway. So let's go, let's see where I'm at here. Alright, and then there was something I wanted to delete that was left. This was a symmetry error. Alright, so I'm going to put it back here. I was going to do it there and have just 2 regular radiators and have them be visible. They were going to like sit right here, but I'm not going to be able to plumb those up. I just don't have the space to plumb them, so I wouldn't be able to plumb them. They would sit right there in that hole, and you can kind of see into the engine a little bit, but I'm not going to have space for that, so I'll just stick a 3x3 electric back here. And then I need to be able to route. So let's see, what is this? That is my nightmare. So let's see. Okay, there. What are you? Okay, you are important. Okay, that's good to know. So I need to get to a cooling manifold. That is air right there, so air is important. I could step that down and go over the top of it, I imagine. Okay, let's do that. Let's cut this, cut that. Let's go ahead and we will go down like that. Reroute that. And then can I get around you? No, not the way I just did it. Oh, crap. That's an easy fix. I can do this here. So just a little bit of rerouting to get this to work for me here. Alright, good. So that is now that's not the block I wanted, this one. Alright, so that's rerouted. So power comes through here, up there, out to the rotor, and down to my side rotors there, my props. And then this here, you want to run manifolds, because the manifold pieces, it doesn't cause any sort of fluid issues. If I ran this as pipes, it would cause fluid issues, so eventually your flow rates would slow down. So if I run it as a manifold, the coolant manifold is going to work fine. So let's see. So I can run a long manifold like this and put my coolant manifold, and it's as though the coolant manifold was right there. So let's go down. Okay, then I want a coolant manifold right here. And I'm gonna flip this around. Not like that. Like that. This all the way up? That is, okay. Alright, good. And then what do I want to do? Yeah. So to pump. Like that. Beautiful. Alright, that'll go like that. Nice. Alright, good. So that will pump. So it's, you know, because this coolant manifold's all the way back here now, it's a short run to the radiator. So not too bad. Oh, nice. I'll have to check that out there, Rasmus. Alright, so let's do a quick flow test on this. So just do a constant on. And I'm just going to make it pink so I know to delete it. And I just want to check my flow rates. Flow rate is king. That's the most important thing with cooling is flow rates. You get good stable flow rates of your water, you got to cool well. Even if you put a huge beefy system in there, if it's not flowing right, you're in trouble. So as you can see there, we have 59, 60.2, 60.2. That is a good flow rate. That's a really good flow rate. So that should have no problem. And then the what do you call it? The radiator is on. So perfect. So that is now, we now have a cooling system. Let's go ahead and delete that out, and we'll just plumb that up, and then I think I'll take a break. So let's see, where are we at here? So engine, panel 1 is where I want to be. Let's see what the stack is here. Starter, air manifold, fuel, clutch, master power, panel pass-through panel. Avionics, fuel, rotor brake. That's not good. Just out of nodes, not the end of the world, but let's see. Is there anything next to this? Yeah, I don't think that can be expanded. That's fine if it can't be. It's not a big deal. Alright, so let's just do this. Let's go. We'll make a small microcontroller for this, so really simple one here. Cooling, too wide. Do composite input, engine. Cooling systems. Channel 3 is temperature. So it won't turn on my cooling till 115. So at 115 it will turn all the cooling systems on. Plug this into the pumps and the radiator. And then this will just go to one of the one of the composites. So that should turn that on at 115 and cool us right off. So let's go ahead and save this. So good work on this. This moved along pretty well. So I'm happy with this. Nice. Yeah, Citrus was just saying, spent 80 minutes on woods yesterday. The maps are, you know, that's one of the great things about the game is the maps are challenging, but you, once you start figuring it out, you can get the advantage on other people by learning the maps. Like, a big part of it's callouts. So here, let me bring up my favorite map. And, that's one of the nice things is like, a 20-year-old can go out there and has super fast twitch reflexes and can probably beat me in most, encounters with just twitch reflexes. But because I have some experience in the game and I have probably a little bit more patience, I can sit there and I can wait. I don't mind waiting, and I can usually wait them out. I might be able to do a smarter play because I have more hours in the game, and so that's what I love about it. Like, here, I'll bring up a map of Tarkov and finish up on that. But, so, like, here's a map of Reserve. Reserve is my favorite map. This is pretty much all I play. And so it's like, knowing your callouts, like, if you listen, like, if you're watching my videos playing with Monk, like, Monk and I, our callouts are really good. And we can pinpoint exactly where somebody is because we can communicate effectively. And that's why a really good team is tough to fight in Tarkov. And the tactics are really important. And so it's like, Citrus was struggling with some of the extracts yesterday. Knowing your extracts, knowing hotspots, where people are going to go, like knowing sounds. Like this, like you see this picture here, that's Gluhar. He's the boss. If you don't have good gear, you may want to hang away from those areas. If you hear certain gunfire, you might know, okay, that's Gluhar. He's around. Things like, for example, callouts. On Reserve, they're all... if you look here, there's some chess pieces. So everything is chess pieces. So, for example, this is King. People think that's Queen. That's King. This is Dome. So King, Dome. Everybody calls this Med, or that would be a White Bishop. This is Black Bishop, or Drop Down. This is Black Pawn, White Pawn. Black Knight, White Knight. RBST, Gas Station. This is Shop. And so, for example, like if I'm on this building and Monk's on this building and I call out your side of Shop, that means he's on this side by Shop. My side of Shop, Gas. Near K, my side. Wood K, this is Wood K. There's some wood in here, and if people walk through here, for example, sound is incredibly important on Tarkov. So, like, if I hear somebody walking around in Ks and I'm over here, and I hear them step on wood, they're in here. So I know what building they are by their sound. So it's stuff like that takes, where you can beat people who might have better reflexes and can, than you can because you know the callouts better. Like, I know this is my favorite building in the game. I can tell you where somebody's stepping on metal if they're jumping, if they're stepping on glass. Like, for example, if I'm on black and I hear wood, they're probably either in here in the little tunnel, not tunnels, in the trenches, or they're walking up this back window. So I might yell to Monk, oh, somebody just came in the back of Black Knight, And so, like, little stuff like that, but that's really important in Tarkov, learning the maps. Like, Citrus was talking about woods. Let's bring up a woods map. So here's woods. So they did a big expansion to woods at one point, but woods is tough because it's woodsy. And because it's so woodsy, like, all this is woods, it's hard to do reasonable callouts, But if you know your direction, for example, it's always good to know your direction. So this is north, north, south, east, and west. So if we're walking, like, as a group this way, I should be knowing that I'm walking northeast. And then if I call out to my teammates, they're north on the ridge line. Everybody should be looking left towards north because we're walking northeast. If we're going south and I say, west, 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 everybody knows to look right. And so little stuff like that comes with time and experience. But, that's all situational awareness stuff, and where you can capitalize even if you're not, the quickest player, you can capitalize because you just kind of, you're a little bit more put together on callouts there. But I'm going to go ahead and save this up. So I think this was good work. Go ahead and watch that career build series. That was a pretty cool episode. Did a couple of rescues with this. It was another cool tool in the toolbox. I wanted to get this point where it is, it's usable. and I don't have to turn on a bunch of the cheats. Like I had to turn on, I had to shut off engine overheating because I forgot to put in a cooling system. And so one of the reasons I took it for the, used it in the career build series was that's how you learn how your builds or what your builds need. And I highly recommend that. Like a lot of people will build stuff and they'll never test it out in a career game, and you very quickly realize, oh, this isn't going to work. Oh, this is a problem. Oh, it's my winches aren't working. I can't do a rescue unless I dip it down in the ocean. Then you get, let's say the wind is up and the waves are heavy. Oh crap, I can't dip it in the ocean if the waves are up. And so you're like, okay, I need to do a harness stuff. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I might stream some Tarkov later tonight. We'll see. But I appreciate it, guys. Thank you, Blaze Beat, for joining Captain's crew. Blaze Beat subscribed. I appreciate that. Welcome, Danny. Thank you for joining Captain's crew. I really appreciate that. Thank you, MCSFS Gamer, for both being a subscriber and for the super chat today. Appreciate that, everybody. Hope you guys are looking forward to the new update. I really am, or the DLC rather. And I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.